Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome. I'd like to welcome you all to our June 14th, 2022 City Council meeting. In the interest of government transparency with regards to deliberations and decisions made by the City Council and according to open meeting law, since this meeting was posted as a Zoom meeting, this meeting is recorded by video and audio and will be conducted by remote participation. Additionally, all votes taken by the City Council during this and future remote meetings will be made by roll call vote. And if you're calling in on a phone, you can press *9 to request to speak. If you're watching on a computer or device, there's a raised hand button that you can tap or press to request to speak. Please use either of these options during oral communication to be recognized to speak. So I'd like to take a roll call of the city councilors that are in attendance. If you would just say present, that would be great. Councilor O'Neill. Present. Councilor Worthley. Not here. Councilor Gilman. Present. Councilor Gross.
Present.
Councilor Grow.
Here.
Councilor Majota.
Present.
Councilor Memard.
Present.
Councilor Nolan.
Present.
Councilor O'Hara.
Present.
Okay, we have 8 members of the city council here. Councilor O'Hara will be calling in remotely tonight. I'd also like to recognize members of city staff. Tonight we have sitting next to Councilor BNF Chair Memhard, Ken Costa, who is our auditor, and he's here to partner us with together with all of the budget motions tonight. So thank you, Kenny, for being here. We also have Jill Cahill, who is our CAO, who is dialing in remotely. And we have Suzanne Egan, who is our Chief Counsel. And welcome, Suzanne Egan. It's great for you to be here. And we have Joanne Sinos, who is our city clerk as well. So I think that's all that we need to introduce. Oh, and Jeff Worthley is now here, everybody. So we have all 9 members of the city council that are present. So the first order of business is a salute to the flag. And today is Flag Day for the United States. And we're excited about that. So I'll ask us all to stand. And I'll ask that Tracy O'Neill leads us in saluting to the flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, councilors. First order of business, Madam Clerk.
First order of business is oral communications.
The public shall have the opportunity at every regularly scheduled meeting to be heard under oral communications on matters not appearing on the agenda. Oral communications shall allow any resident who has a request or complaint of any nature relative to city business to appear before the council, state their problem without debate, and the matter shall be referred to the proper agency through the office of the mayor. The resident will be notified in a 2-week period. Any councilor that is here, they're all going to be muted, so we only have a major microphone working. So if you would make sure that you are muted, that would be great. The resident shall be notified within a 2-week period relative to the disposition of same, and a copy shall be forwarded to the city council. Persons speaking under oral communications shall be limited to 3 minutes each. The council president shall not allow complaints as to individual performance. And I'd like to recognize a couple more members of city staff. First of all, we cannot forget to introduce Ryan Knowles, who is our IT director. Thank you, Ryan, for being here and once again helping us set up. And we also have some members of city staff. We have Pam Toby, who is our Director of Constituent and Communication Services. We have Jennifer Donnelly, Gloucester Health Department. We have Eric Smith, who is our fire chief. And we have Nancy Pappas, who is our assessor. So thank you. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak in public comment for matters not on the agenda? You kindly raise your hand. You have up to 3 minutes. Okay, seeing none, next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Is the confirmation of new appointments.
Okay, I'd like to ask our O&A Chair and Vice President of the Council, Sean Nolan, to begin with this first confirmation of new appointments.
How are you doing tonight, Suzanne? Yes, but we'll go on with that.
There she is.
Oh, thank you. Oh,
All right, Suzanne. So on a motion by Councilor Majota, seconded by Councilor O'Hara, the Ordinance Administration Committee voted by roll call 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend to the City Council to appoint Suzanne P. Egan, fulfilling an unexpired term as General Counsel, term to expire on February 14th, 2023. And I so move. Second.
We have a motion made by Councilor Nolan, seconded by Councilor Gross. There a discussion, councilors?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
welcome back, Suzanne. Looking forward to working with you again. You were awesome the last time you were here, and it's going to be fun. I guarantee it.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be back. I love working with the city of Gloucester.
You're here.
Councilor Nolan, you chair O&A. What would you like to say about our new appointee?
I never had the privilege of working with Suzanne before. I have met with her 3 times or 3 different meetings, twice in one period. And I'm looking forward to working with someone that's got the institutional knowledge of municipal law. And I think that you're an excellent fit and probably one of the better hires that we've done recently. And I'll be very happy to support this.
Thank you.
Anyone else, councilors? So I'd like to just comment just for a second. So I actually worked with Suzanne quite a bit when I was on the city, the school committee. And she was a great resource, and I was very pleased to find that she's coming back. And already we've she's been leading the working group for private road repairs, and she's tenacious. She's a good attorney, and I'm looking forward to all of us being able to continue working with her. So it's a pleasure to have you back, Suzanne. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else like to speak?
Just, I'll second Jason's welcome home. And we're really glad you're here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our CAO, Jill Cahill, would you like to say anything about Suzanne's appointment?
Yes, I just thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to the council. I just wanted to echo what everybody has said. We are thrilled to have Suzanne join our team. And most importantly, I think what she represents and what really got the mayor excited to bring our board is that Suzanne sees her role as working for the city of Gloucester and what's best for the city and thinking forward and serving both the council and the administration together. So I think we've seen some of that already, as people have said, and we're thrilled to have her on board, and her institutional knowledge is definitely a benefit to this new administration. So we hope you all will support Suzanne's appointment tonight.
Great, thank you. Okay, we have a motion made by Councilor Nolan, and it was seconded by Councilor Gross. And we would like to do a roll call vote. So Councilor O'Neill?
yes.
Councilor Worthley?
Yes.
Councilor Gilman? Yes. Councilor Gross?
Yes.
Councilor Grow?
Absolutely.
Councilor Majota?
Yes.
Councilor Memhard?
Yes, and welcome back.
Councilor Nolan?
Absolutely.
Councilor O'Hara?
Yes.
Yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Welcome back, Suzanne Egan.
Thank you very much. I look forward to working with all of you throughout the year. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And I'd also like to recognize John Dunn, our CFO, who is now on the call with us. Important night because we're going to be approving the fiscal 2023 budget. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Next order of business is the consent agenda.
Councilors, would anyone like to pull any matter off the consent agenda?
Madam Chair,
Council Worthley.
where I wasn't at the prior meeting at my son's concert, I don't think I could vote for the minutes, so I don't vote present on the overall consent agenda or matters to pull out separately.
So you can pull it out if you're not.
That's what I think.
So what minutes are that you would like to remove?
From June 7, 2022.
Say it again.
Except June 7th, 2022, city council meeting. I was not in attendance. So I can't vote for the consent agenda and accidentally vote yes. It's something that's really present.
Okay. Anyone else like to remove something from the consent agenda? Councilor Grow.
Yeah, likewise, I have to remove city council meeting 5/24/2022, special city council meeting 5/26/2022. I was not here for either of those meetings.
I was not here. Back to
24.
the regular city council.
Okay, so I guess we have to take up all those individually. Okay, so I would like to remove one item. I would like to remove number 7, summary from the police chief regarding the police department's preparedness for response to critical incidents. So why don't we begin and we'll discuss the one that I asked to take off, and then we'll go through all of the other ones. So I'm going to just read this document because I think it's important, and then I'm just going to put it back on the consent agenda. And this was a communication to Gloucester City Council, with information only. And it's in the packet for tonight. So I encourage members of the public to read it in the packet if they'd like. It was dated by our Chief Conley, our police chief, on June 8th, 2022, discussing in light of the recent tragedies in Texas and Buffalo, New York. He'd like to inform our residents through their elected councilors what steps the Gloucester Police Department has taken to remain prepared to respond to a multitude of critical incidents, to include active shooters. He discusses the training, and he wants to highlight to all of us and members of the public the following. Number 1, the Gloucester Police Department conducts 16 hours of firearms training each year. Training consists of shooting skills, qualifications, and various tactical training to include use of cover, concealment, single and multiple office engagement of hostile subjects, victim extraction, as well as other various drills focused on concepts of defeating an active shooter. Number 2, the Massachusetts Police Training Committee is committed to training all police officers and firefighters in response to active shooters each year into one standard. We anticipate additional funding for this training to be forthcoming. Number 3, ASHER is the integrated response between police and fire in an active shooting event. During 2019, the Gloucester Police Department and GF Gloucester Fire Department sent 4 staff members to Washington State to become ASHER instructors. Number 4, in 2019, all Massachusetts police officers received 4 hours of instruction in multi-jurisdictional response to active shooter event. Next, from January through May of 2019, all Gloucester police officers received enhanced active shooter training at Hanscom Air Force Base from U.S. Air Marshals instructors on active shooter response. Next, in 2018, all sergeants and several patrolmen attended a 1-day active shooter training event held at Beaman School. Next, the Gloucester Police Department is also a member of the Northeast Law Enforcement Council, which provides access to the shared assets of 64 communities, These assets include a special weapons and tactics SWAT team and a regional response team, RRT, for large events and critical incidents. 5 Gloucester Police Department members are members of RRT. I am one of 3 chiefs who oversee both SWAT and RRT. Next, the Gloucester Police Department active shooter instructors provide training to both our school staff and students each year. We have provided and will continue to provide no-cost active shooter training to Gloucester businesses and organizations. We continue to review and revise all our relevant critical incident policies. I hope the summary overview of our commitment to preparing to respond to critical incidents provides confidence in the Gloucester Police Department's capability to handle these complex operations. Our work is ongoing and always evolving, and our commitment to this training is unwavering. Sincerely, Chief Edward G. Conley. So thank you very much, and I felt that this was important to read into the record so the members of the public and all of us as counselors understand how important this is and how our police department and our fire department take this very seriously. Counselor Grow.
Thank you, Councilor Gilman. I'm glad you read that into the record, and I'm glad that the police department and the first responders are being actively trained and continually trained. I guess the question I would ask, and maybe this could be for the administration, is what are we doing in the city to prevent these from happening in the first place? Are we doing anything in the schools? Are we working on any sort of interventions that might stop a shooting from happening before it shows up in our schools or our churches or our synagogues? You know, a lot of this stuff is all about what happens after the fact. We need to be concentrating on stopping it at its source before it begins.
You can ask for some follow-up information on that. Thank you, Counselor. Okay, so I'd like to put that back on the consent agenda, and now we're going to have to go through so with the exception of the meetings that we are going to have to individually do roll calls for, is there an approval of the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Movement by Counselor Memard, seconded by Counselor Worthley. Roll call vote, Counselors. Counselor O'Neill?
Yes.
Counselor Worthley?
Yes.
Counselor Gilman? Yes. Counselor Gross?
Yes.
Counselor Grow?
Yes.
Counselor Majota?
Yes.
Counselor Memard?
Yes.
Counselor Nolan?
Yes.
Counselor O'Hara?
yes,
The yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Now we need to take off, I believe the first one was June 7th, 2022.
Yes.
Okay, so we need to approve the minutes of June 7th, 2022. And if you weren't there and you do not want to approve them, you can just say present. Counselor O'Neill?
Yes.
Counselor Worthley?
Present.
Counselor Gilman? Yes. Counselor Gross?
Yes.
Counselor Grow?
Yes.
Counselor Majota?
Yes.
Counselor Memard?
Yes.
Counselor Nolan?
Yes.
Counselor O'Hara?
yes,
8 in favor, 1 present, which was Counselor Worthley. Next, we have the June 24th and June 26th meetings. We can probably do that together. Oh, I'm sorry, May 24th and May 26th. Oh, we can't do those together because, so let's do May 24th. Okay, is there a motion to approve the minutes of May 24th?
So moved.
So there's a motion by Counselor Worthley, seconded by Counselor Nolan. Roll call vote, Counselor O'Neill,
Yes.
Counselor Worthley.
Yes.
Counselor Gilman, yes. Counselor Gross,
Present.
Counselor Grow,
Present.
Counselor Majota,
Yes.
Counselor Memard,
Yes.
Counselor Nolan,
Yes.
Counselor O'Hara.
yes,
The yeses have it, 8 in favor, 1 present, being Counselor Gross.
Two present. Two present.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Counselor Grow.
Counselor Gross and Grow. Thank you. Next, we have the approval of the minutes of May 26th. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Seconded.
Motion made by Counselor Memard, seconded by Counselor Worthley. Counselor O'Neill,
Yes.
Counselor Worthley,
Yes.
Counselor Gilman, yes. Counselor Gross,
Yes.
Counselor Grow,
Present.
Counselor Majota,
Yes.
Counselor Memard,
Yes.
Counselor Nolan,
Yes.
Counselor O'Hara.
yes,
8 in favor, 1 present, which was Counselor Grow. Okay, I think we're done with the consent agenda. Yes?
Thank you.
Good. All right, so we're rocking here. Okay. Tonight, there's no unanimous consent agenda, correct, Madam Clerk? That's correct. Okay, so the next order of business is the standing committee reports, budget and finance. I'll turn that over to Council Memard.
Thank you. We have 4 motions this evening for budget and finance for your consideration. First, memorandum from the harbor master and a supplementary appropriation budgetary request at 2002 SPT 3 in the amount of $450. Go ahead and read the motion. Budget and finance voted unanimously to recommend that the city council approve special budgetary transfer as noted SPT 3 of 2022 in the amount of $450 from the account as noted general fund shellfish supplies to account as noted general fund shellfish overtime for the purpose of an overtime shortfall due to idle work to be done on the herring run that was damaged by beavers and the MBTA project. And we're still trying to figure out which were the worst offenders, the beavers or the MBTA. I would so move.
Second. Council Memard has moved it and Council Worthy has seconded it. Is there a discussion, councilors? Is there a narrative, Council Memard?
No, that was in the motion.
Okay. So we need to do a roll call. Council O'Neill,
Yes.
Council Worthy,
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes, Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow,
Yes.
Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Yes.
Council O'Hara.
Yes.
The yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next order of business.
The second
Councilmember.
item from budget and finance is in 2 parts, and it's from the fire chief regarding the fire department ambulance billing service and our collection policy for the 2023 budget. There are 2 motions, as I said. The first, budget and finance voted unanimously to recommend that the city council approve the Gloucester Fire Department billing and collection policy as presented by the deputy fire chief, EMS coordinator, and approved by the mayor, and further to approve the proposed fee schedule attached to and incorporated into the policy effective July 1st, 2022, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Worthy. Is there a discussion, councilors?
The billing structure was maintained as it's been for the last 2 or 3 years.
Thank you.
I do have a question.
Sure.
I am wondering if instead of writing this off, I don't know if this would
That's the
be,
next motion.
Um,
That's the next
oh,
motion.
what's the next one? Sorry.
Okay.
Pass.
Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, we have a roll call. Council O'Neill,
Yes.
Council Worthy.
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow,
Yes.
Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Yes.
Council O'Hara.
Yes.
The yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next order of business, Council
Yes,
Memard.
the second item from the fire department regards the billing collection and write-offs that are involved there. And budget and finance voted unanimously, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the city council authorize the write-off of $319,635.03 in uncollectible outstanding ambulance billing, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Worthy. Is there a discussion, or do you want to start with a narrative and then we can have a discussion?
Yeah, I believe Councilor O'Neill is interested in making a question or comment on this, but this is fairly much in pattern. Unfortunately, the city, as a part of our municipal services and ambulance, often offers services to people who are not able to pay their bill or don't provide information that's accurate and truthful, making it difficult to collect. And as discussed in the Budget and Finance Committee meeting, we do receive funding from the state, which are the feds, that largely offsets this loss, but this is in pattern with recent years and is not out of pattern, not unexpected. It's just one of the municipal costs of maintaining an ambulance service for a community the size of Gloucester.
Thank you. Council O'Neill and then Councilor Grow.
I was wondering, I understand bad debt and write-offs, but I was wondering if this could be something that ARPA might pay?
I will ask our auditor, Ken Costa, to address that, or our CFO, John Dunn.
So these are two different things. So this is part of the operations for the ambulance receivables for the collections. So this is typically something we do annually. The outside auditors, when they come and perform the audit, it's one of the questions, we don't provide them ahead of time. They always come and ask us for the write-off. As you can, just looking at the years we're talking about, 2014 to 2019. So
Okay.
these are, 3 years and older
Okay,
as far as receivables. So this is something that, we look at, and we just, at this point, we don't seem to think that we're going to receive these funds. So this is something that's pretty, and also the ARPA, that doesn't start until March
right.
of
I didn't-
2020. So this is well before
Right.
that time. So
I didn't realize
it doesn't
they were that
line
old.
up, but they're old. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, we don't write off anything like, say 90 days, we wait. We do know that these collections, they do take time to come in and to iron out, because at times there could be some legal issues behind them. So that's why we do wait. We're very conservative. We don't take writing off receivables that easily that way.
thank you.
Thank you,
I didn't realize they were
Appreciate
that.
it.
Thank you.
Counselor Joe.
Yeah, I know that I know the answer to this from way back in my distant memory, but could you refresh me? Why is it that we charge for ambulance service as opposed to any other emergency service? If your house burns down, you don't get a bill from the fire department. If the police respond, you don't get a bill from the police department. Why do we treat EMT and ambulance services differently? I mean, I understand the answer is the insurance pays for it, but why are we charging for this?
Well, there's a cost of providing service.
Same
I
with
mean,
fire.
it's the same thing with the trash. There's a service that's provided with the trash, and the offset of the cost is the bags. That I know that everybody, which is important to offset the cost. So this is something that, the city, it's about $1 million annually that we collect. That would be budget gap.
No, I get that. I guess I'm wondering why it is that we've chosen this particular emergency service to charge for when we don't charge for every other emergency service. I mean, one could argue that there's a cost associated with putting out a fire at my house. I don't want there to be a fire at my house, but I also don't want to get a bill. I guess I'm struggling in understanding why this is something that we pay for out of other people's pockets.
I think it's a necessity to provide the service. I don't know if John wants to, talk about
I think,
that.
John Dunn, I've been looking around the room and I haven't been looking up at the screen. And now I see that your hand is raised. So our
Yeah.
CFO would love to address this. Thank you, John.
Yeah, so like many things, I mean, this is a service that is provided, but is not required to be provided by a municipality. So yes, in terms of police and fire general services, yep, we have to do that. But ambulance services are provided municipally or provided by outside contractors. And that's basically how it is throughout the state, and you pay for that service. And you're able to, or we are able to, or any other ambulance company private is able to bill service providers or health insurance providers for the benefit that is being serviced.
But if somebody refuses ambulance service, they can still be attended to by EMTs.
That's a philosophical question, Counselor, but I believe that the answer is yes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And our fire chief, Eric Smith, has his hand raised. So Eric, thank you for being here, and please weigh in.
Yeah, good evening, Council. So yeah, regarding, Councilor's question on that, so EMS is obviously, as the CFO Dunn explained, one of those things that isn't mandated, that we don't have to provide your ISO rating, the insurance services ratings, and the insurance rates for your homes, your businesses, and such are based on our fire protection rating, right? And those ratings that go out there regarding your crime levels and what's the value of a house based on that. Those things are standard government operations. EMS obviously is as well, We take an active part in that here much more than other municipalities, in that we are the transporting ALS service. And in doing so, it's a pretty high cost to deliver medical care, as everyone knows. So, you know, whether we're doing it or a private EMS company's doing it, as John said, you're going to get a bill for that service. And that bill is to help offset the cost to the entire community. So it's that user fee, much like the analogy that Kenny used for the trash bags. Not something I would like to compare directly, obviously, but you know, it is a user fee. No different than anything else. If you got a dog, you buy a dog license. If you want to go to the beach, you get a sticker for beach parking. And it's a user fee, because there is a lot of cost in delivering that. There's a lot of liability in delivering that. We hire more employees in order to deliver that. So to offset that to everyone, right? That's where this fee that we can charge to others outside our community, right? So our community in general, our taxpayers aren't paying most of that. They're going to pay that deductible regardless. The insurance companies, Medicare, Medicaid, are picking up those bills, right? And those fundings are coming back to the city from outside the city. So, you know, either we're going to get the money to help offset the cost and deliver it through the fire department, or we're going to engage and contract a private ambulance that's going to do the same exact thing. So we think that we provide a better service than what a private EMS can do here. You know, being at the end of the road, it's not the ideal location for a private ambulance. Most 911 work that we do is a kind of a red bottom line. You lose money. That's why we get $300-400 a year from the state in offset money for those losses that help with like things like this write-off. So, you know, it's not a cheap thing to provide. This community takes EMS seriously, and we've taken it out at the fire department. I think that's where it should be, and this is just the cost of doing that.
Okay,
Great.
just for clarification, I wasn't being critical of the practice. I just really didn't understand it.
That's an interesting question.
These are good questions.
Yeah.
Any further discussion
No,
councilors, on the motion?
And I'm out walking, so sorry if I'm huffing and puffing over the mic.
Any further questions on the motion, councilors? Roll call vote. Council O'Neill?
Yes.
Council Worthley? Yes. Council Gilman? Yes. Council Gross?
Yes.
Council Grow?
Yes.
Council Majota?
Yes.
Council Memard?
Yes.
Council Nolan?
Yes.
Council O'Hara?
Yes.
Yes, let's have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. And I'd just like to thank Ryan Knowles for being here to set us up tonight, and it's very much appreciated, Ryan. Good night. Next order of business, Councilor Memard.
Yeah, the third item from Budget and Finance is a request for acceptance of donations in the amount of $40 to our Cape Ann Veterans Services. And I'll read the motion. Budget and Finance voted unanimously, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council accept cash donations under Mass General Law 4453A to support Cape Ann Veterans Services in the amount of $40 from the following members of our community. We'd like to thank and recognize Sandra Sanfilippo and Maria Sanfilippo. And I believe that this donation was made in honor and memory of Linquata,
Nice.
Michael Linquata.
So there's a motion.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Member, seconded by Council Worthley. Is there a discussion, councilors? Roll call vote. Council O'Neill?
Yes.
Council Worthley?
Yes.
Council Gilman? Yes. Council Gross?
Yes.
Council Grow?
Yes.
Council Majota?
Yes.
Council Memard?
Yes.
Council Nolan?
Yes.
Council O'Hara?
Yes.
Yes, let's have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next order of business, Council Memard.
Yeah, the fourth and final item from Budget and Finance this evening is a memorandum from Director of Elder Services, Elise Sinagra, excuse me, requesting our acceptance of donations in the total amount of $1,600. I'll read the motion on a Budget and Finance recommends unanimously, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council accept cash donations under Mass General Law 4453A to support the Council on Aging in the amount of $1,600 from the following members and business partners within our community: Senior Care, Tricia Olson, Margaret McKay, Jeffrey Schindel, Joanne McKinney, Constance Condon, Genevieve Randazza, Maureen Surratt, Joanne Libro, Ruth Burtwell, Norma Silva, Grace Simpson, and Cheryl Doucette. And I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, second by Council Worthley. Is there discussion, councilors? Council Worthley.
I just want to say, thank you, Councilman Hart, for listing every individual that contributes. I know it takes a little bit of time, but I feel like that helps beget future donations from other people. So I love that we can do that and celebrate those people.
Great, thank you. Any other further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council O'Neill.
Yes.
Council Worthley.
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross.
Yes.
Council Grow.
Yes.
Council Majota.
Yes.
Council Memard.
Yes.
Council Nolan.
Yes.
Council O'Hara.
Yes.
The yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Is the Ordinance and Administration Standing Committee report of June 6th.
Council Nolan.
We have no items under this heading tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Is the Planning and Development Standing Committee report of June 8th.
Not for us.
Okay, Council Gross, if there's nothing to report, thank you. Our next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Is the first scheduled public hearing 2022-018, rezoning 2022-001. Amend Gloucester zoning ordinance, section 511(3), parentheses 1, 511(3), parentheses 2, 511(4), parentheses 1, and 511(4), parentheses 2, regarding inclusionary housing requirements.
I'd like to open that public hearing, and that will be continued until June 28th, 2022. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Is public hearing 2022-019, rezoning 2022-002, amend Gloucester zoning ordinance by adding a new section 5.2, temporary zoning relief to businesses recovering from COVID-19 pandemic.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to open that public hearing. And I kind of awkward right now because we don't really have an applicant here to introduce the topic. So should I introduce it?
Yep.
Okay, I will introduce it. So this was my council order, and it was assisted by our interim community development director, Greg Catamatori. And this was to continue the emergency order for outdoor dining that we had started that had expired in December 31st of 2021. And we felt that it was important that we consider this for this summer, although it was later than we would have liked to have started this. We decided, I asked that this be considered, and we had a meeting at P&D on May 18th, which was the introductory meeting. And we had Joe Cagle here as CAO, and also Bill Sanborn, a building inspector. And we kicked it off there and got some questions answered. And that particular meeting was pretty well attended. We had probably a half dozen restaurant owners and about a half dozen retail owners on the call listening in. And then it was referred to the planning board on June 2nd. And I attended the planning board meeting and presented this, and the planning board was good enough to do some discussion. They understood that we had a deadline because we really didn't want to keep putting this off because the time is now for outdoor dining for this summer. So they deliberated for about an hour. They had a public hearing. I believe that there were 2 people that spoke at the public hearing, if I remember correctly. It was 2 retail shop owners. One was Adam Farber and the second one was Joe Shalino. And then they came up with some conditions, and we brought it back to P&D this past on, I believe it was June 10th, 8th. And we discussed what occurred and reviewed all the details. And we came up with a recommendation to meeting to city council that you'll be hearing tonight. So right now, our job is to listen to the public, and we're gonna, the public hearing is open, and we'd like to ask that we hear people in support, in opposition. You tell us why, introduce yourself, and you will all have up to 3 minutes to speak. Joanne, if you could mind being the timer, so the rest of us can listen closely to the conversation, that would be great. And so with a show of hands, would you raise your hand so we can bring you in? And please address the council in terms of why you support this outdoor dining initiative or why you are in opposition. Looks like the first person to speak is Max. Max, would you introduce yourself in your address? And you have 3 minutes to speak. Could you unmute yourself? Thank you.
Am I Max? I'm actually Michael.
Oh, well, you're down as Max, so
Well,
you have to introduce yourself,
he
Michael.
sometimes uses this computer. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here. I'm a property owner at 124, 126 Main Street.
Can you tell us your name and your address, please?
Michael McNamara, home address 6 Allen Street. I own a property at 124, 126 Main Street. It's a mixed-use building, 1 commercial space and 2 residential spaces. I have been the owner of record for 36 years, so I've been paying taxes there for 36 years. My tenants have never had a parking space, except the spaces that they can, that are available, that when they're available. They can use them by feeding the meters in the daytime. And at night, sometimes they find a space and they park there and they get out early in the morning. After the meters become operational. Now, in the front of my building is a very large 2-space loading zone with a 30-minute limit. Now this space, over the 36 years that I have been there, appears to be used by the 3 restaurants down the street. Now there haven't always been 3 restaurants, but Passports, Sugar Mags, and the Franklin have been using those spaces because they need them. So in front of my building, we have nothing. There are no spaces at all. They're up the street. So this is going to impact the retail business on the first floor greatly. So they have the loading zone and they still get to conduct business. Now, I like outdoor dining. I actually support restaurants. In my mind's eye, I think it's a great idea. But the problem, there are ramifications for the retail businesses that must be considered. Now, if parking is based on current availability, it is a zero-sum game. If you give to some, then you are taking away from others. There's no other way around it. Now, someone suggested that retail businesses remain open later to take advantage of the increased traffic. While this may be well-intentioned, it doesn't take into consideration the difficulty of finding help. And so anyway, and I also want to add as my 3 minutes up.
30.
No.
Okay, so go ahead. We have 30 more seconds.
Okay, there have been some abuses. I don't want to, that may be a harsh word to call them abuses, but there was a restaurant owner in the West End. They had to take out parking only over their parking meter for a long time, even though, and then they went back to serving in-house, and yet they kept the new space that was now dedicated to them and them alone, parking, takeout parking. And on Sundays they closed, and there were other restaurants that would have benefited if that thing had been taken off, that would have provided a space. So I think there has to be a little closer monitoring of exactly what people are doing. And,
okay, thank you, Mike.
Okay.
Appreciate you being here to voice your opinions.
No problem. Thank you.
So who else has a hand raised? Stocktown Books. Would you introduce yourself? And you have up to 3 minutes to speak to the council.
Hi, my name is Caroline Harvey, and I'm here with my husband, Lucas Cotterman. We own Dogtown Books at 132 Main Street. We appreciate having the time to speak. Thank you for that. So we thank you, Michael, for all that you said. I want to voice that I echo and support all of the points that were made there. I think what's important to note is what he said, that there are a very limited amount of parking spaces. We also have a loading zone in front of our store that's often used by other restaurants as well as other retailers that get deliveries as well as our vendors. Losing the significant amount of parking spaces on Main Street had an obvious, very real effect on our income. There were people, clearly our foot traffic was down, and we heard from a lot of our regular customers, especially those that are looking forward to visiting us only in the summer, that they didn't come in because they weren't able to park, and that the other parking was either too far away or unavailable. So the idea that having outdoor diners would increase foot traffic in our store, I think we've debunked that pretty strongly, in that many of those restaurants are not open for lunch. So we don't get any benefit from people coming to maybe have lunch and then stop in the store. That's not been an effective reward for any retailers, and certainly not for us. And the idea, thank you, Michael, for mentioning the idea that we would stay open later to take advantage of the evening crowd coming to eat outside. That's really not an available option for us. We're still recovering from the pandemic, like so many, and we don't have the budget to pay staff to stay there until 9 at night. Nor has our store ever been really busy in the evening. And that does not seem like a valuable option for us. So while some suggestions have been made to create better monitoring or maybe encourage restaurants to be open during the day so that foot traffic could feed into our stores, I have a lot of concern that that just won't be monitored. Certainly everyone is overworked and understaffed, so I'm not sure how that could be monitored, that a restaurant would be open. But in all of our gathering of research and our pooling of information from our collective of retailers on Main Street, no one has seen increased monetary gain or foot traffic as a result of the outdoor dining. So I love outdoor dining too, and I think there are so many lovely restaurants with outdoor options that have beautiful water views. Restaurants that have been on Main Street have done well for many years without outdoor dining. And I think it, as much as I would love to support it in a perfect world, it is what Michael said, in that to give those spots to the restaurants takes away very directly from our income. And as a small independent local shop, we absolutely cannot afford to lose income in the summer, because that's when we make our essentially the bulk of our yearly income to provide for our staff and for us.
Okay, thank you, Caroline.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
being
Thanks
on
for
the
listening.
call. Thank you. Any more hands of folks that would like to speak in either in favor or in opposition to outdoor dining? Former Council President Joe Scialino. Welcome, Joe.
Thank you, councilors, and I support.
Would you mind just reminding us what your address is, Councilor?
It's I run the Weather Vane, 153 Main Street. Been here for 31 years now. I just want to mention that I support. I don't support the way the motion came out of P&D, and the portion that you all eliminated was that the restaurants be required to open for lunch. And I think a lot of the problems that we have in the situation that we have is that the retailers have to look at these parking spaces dead all day long. And then at 5 and 6 o'clock, when we're all closing, they use their space. So if you're not going to be open for lunch, if it's not part of your business scheme, then you shouldn't be asking for outdoor dining. And also, I think, who is going to check how many people are supposed to be in the building, whether they're outside or inside? That's all foggy. Who's going to come down and check if it's a rainy day and they're only supposed to have 170 in and 25 out? Who's going to check that? I don't think there's a mechanism to do that. So if the council decides that they want to go this route, my suggestion to you is you consider amending the motion that at least you have to be open for lunch, in order to secure these parking spots. And one of the things that I've been hearing also is that we should alter our hours that we could stay open at night. Well, it doesn't happen. We do our business during the day. Main Street at night is a different situation. And people go out to dine, they don't want to carry bags. And like I said, I've been here a lot of years, and so a lot of these other retailers have the same. So I certainly, that's not going to help us. What's going to help us is having the additional parking. And if a restaurant doesn't want to open up for lunch, and it's basically only 3, then maybe they shouldn't consider coming out. And again, we hear over and over that how staffing is tough. Well, if staffing is so tough for them, why do they want to extend their dining room? The whole premise of this thing just does not make any sense anymore. We all put our shoulder to the wheel when it came to shutdown and COVID, but now we're trying to get back to normal. And I just don't think that this is the way to go. But if you do go, please insert the 2 hours to be open for lunch. If they want to be out there, they can do it. And the last thing I want to say is, I operate the Sidewalk Bazaar. And to have all those Jersey barriers up and down Main Street, and the missing tooth syndrome, you try to get people and booths filled up. Then you have these big gaps. And not only you have the gaps, they're empty. The restaurants are closed. All during when we shut down the Sidewalk Bazaar, that's when the restaurants open up. So I guess you get the feel of where I am, and I know you guys will do the right thing. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it. Next, we have Adam Farber, Mark Adrian. Adam, would you introduce yourself in your address, and welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and councilors. I really appreciate you holding this forum. My name is Adam Farber. I own Mark Adrian Kings at 103 Main Street. I don't want to repeat everything that my colleagues have said. I think they've said it very well. There's no question that the loss of parking has negatively impacted my business. I just want to, instead of repeating everything, I think we need a little clarification. Is the purpose of this year still because of the COVID emergency? Because we were all big advocates for outdoor dining for the last 2 years when people were not eating inside. That, I get it. It negatively impacted us, but we were willing to take it on the chin in order to help support our restaurants. We love our restaurants. We need our restaurants. Without restaurants, retail isn't going to survive. Without retail, restaurants aren't going to survive. We all need each other. So for 2 years, we were all for it. Now, the restaurants I'm seeing are pretty darn full. I don't think they're having trouble filling their tables. And I want to understand, is this because people like the concept of outdoor dining? We want to continue it for year after year after year after year? Or is it still the emergency need? If it is because we want to give the restaurants a little extra, well, that's taking it directly from the retailers. And that's, I think, unequitable. If this is going to be a long-term thing, and this is because we like the concept of outdoor dining on Main Street, well, then I think this needs to be done in a much more diligent and much more planned out way. I propose we table it this year, no pun intended, and we put together a working group for the future with retail representatives, restaurant representatives, city council representatives, building department, fire department, whomever needs to be involved to really hash this out. Because I'm sure we can find ways of making this work where restaurants share spaces, where so the spaces are used lunch and dinner, even if it's not by the same restaurant, so that the city can implement better wayfinding signage so that visitors and locals can find the parking that is still there. But you know, we've been talking about wayfinding signing for years and years and years. It's just not been done. We need stronger enforcement of the 2-hour limit, so the spots that are left are able to be used. We need to really encourage, or I should say discourage, any employees on Main Street from feeding the meters and staying all day. It happens, even from restaurant employees. So these are the sort of the larger concepts we need to discuss as a group, rather than just take a single-handed approach of let's get outdoor dining going and then figure it out from there. So, you know, this is my 3rd meeting I've spoken at. It's an awkward position for me because I love my restaurant partners and I'm close with several of the proprietors. I don't like speaking against their goals, but it's just business. I have no choice but to say something. And in my 3rd meeting now, I haven't heard from any restaurants telling us why this is a great idea, what they need. You know, if they were on here saying we're dying, we absolutely need this, or we're not going to be here anymore, or giving us the really good reasons, okay, let's talk about it. But so far, I've only heard from retailers who are negatively impacted, not just today, but the last 2 meetings I attended. I haven't heard from any restaurants. So if this is that important, let's hear from them. Let's all talk together. Let's not be rash and just do it because outdoor dining is fun. I will eat outside. If you implement this, I'm eating at those restaurants. I like outdoor dining, but let's do it in a really cool and collected and planned out way if we're going to proceed.
Thank you, Adam. Appreciate you talking. Who else would like to speak in favor or in opposition to outdoor dining? I see no hands raised, councilors, so I will ask for our city clerk to tell us if she's had any communications or correspondences.
Okay, so there are 3 communications which I believe I have forwarded to you or you received from them, and it was after the deadline. One came in last Friday, Matthew Colley of Short and Main. He's very excited to offer the outdoor dining on Main Street. And he would like to move forward and confirm his intent that he would be participating in this. And he was in favor of this. The other one was Gary Thober. He is in favor of outdoor dining, but he was not in favor of having the restaurants charging $100 parking space use per month. And also I was forwarded a late submission from Councilor Gilman from Joanne Sharico, who is a owner of 130 Main Street shop, and she's in favor of outdoor dining.
Thank you. Okay, councilors, the next part of the public hearing is questions. And our CAO, Jill Cahill, is on the call, so I think she's available. And I'd just like to address one of the questions that Adam Faber brought up, and that is the purpose of this. And I want to be clear on what the purpose is, okay? So to Adam's point, this is not a long-term solution. We don't want this to be a long-term solution. That is why we took the original date of December 1st, 31st. And we suggested that we bring it up to Columbus Day, which is October 10th. And the reason why we wanted to do that is for the very reason that Adam brought up, is that we anticipate that we can have a rigorous, very vibrant conversation between restaurant owners, retail owners, community development, member of city council, maybe a member of the planning board, and to really discuss what are the optimal ways to make downtown more vibrant. That's a win-win for everybody. So we figured if we close this in really shortly into the fall, as soon as it gets cold, and just end it, that there would be more of an incentive for this group of interested business owners to work together to start brainstorming and talking about what we could do in the summers ahead. And that would give us as counselors enough time to work with community development and to figure out what it is we need to zone to help be able to bring forward something that would be clearly a win-win. So that was an important question to answer. The reason why we brought this forward, or I brought this forward, is because there was a lot of interest still in outdoor dining. And we as a council are the operating group that comes up with zoning. And this falls under our purview. And what had happened is that people were talking to the chamber and people were talking to community development, and we weren't really part of that conversation. And I felt that there was enough interest and enough conversation that we should pull something together so we can have this conversation and decide if it's something that we feel would benefit the majority of business owners, restaurant owners, and the community at large. So that was the reason for that. So I wanted to answer those two questions brought up by Adam, because I listened, I was on the meetings that he's already spoken to, and we've actually talked about that. And I wanted to make sure that all of you were aware of that. So councilors, do you have questions right now about this that you'd like to either ask me or ask Jason, who chairs P&D? Tracy's part of that team, and also Joe Cahill's here, who can represent city administration. Councilor Majota.
Just what time, what time is lunchtime? Can the restaurant pick, does it have to be at 12, or can it be a 2 o'clock late lunch to be open for business to work with the
So the planning board recommended that we make it a criteria that a restaurant needed to be open for both lunch and dinner.
What time would lunch start, everyone?
There was no indication.
They didn't give that detail. We at P&D did not accept that condition.
Okay.
We felt that at this point of time, with help basically all secured for the summer, to go about and trying to open up. Well, you're in the restaurant business.
It would be
for a million
incredibly
years,
tough
right?
to get staff to open up, whether it's 2 to 4, whatever the restaurant chooses, just to continue operations.
Exactly.
With a short amount of time.
Exactly. So that's exactly what we felt.
The other
Counselor.
thinking in this is that there are relatively few restaurants down there that serve lunch and dinner both. We would be cutting out about half of the restaurants that might partake in outdoor dining. And that at this point in the year, we're seeing that we're looking at basically a 3-month window of opportunity. With the occupancy requirements that the restaurants not add additional tables inside, so you've got to split your occupancy between the outside and the inside. There's a good chance that maybe no restaurants take advantage of this. But the thinking is that with COVID rates still at over 10% in Gloucester, that there still are people who are disinclined to go to restaurants, to sit in crowded locations, that this would give restaurants an opportunity, if they so chose, to take advantage of a few more months of essentially an extended emergency situation, so that they could accommodate outdoor dining with the caveat that they comply with all the other regulations.
So that's helpful. So let me just clarify something. This is part of the public hearing right now. So we want to keep this to questions. Okay, as soon as we close the public hearing, then we'll ask Councilor Grove to make the recommendation, the motion, and then we can really start to deliberate. Okay, so this is questions on what we've just heard and about what's in front of us. So does anyone have any questions? Council Worthley.
Yes, just a specific question. We've heard testimony regarding Main Street, but this zoning change applies citywide. So if I own a restaurant on Lexington Ave, I own a restaurant on Roger Street, on Pleasant Street, all those would still count.
I believe so, yeah.
Yes,
Just not just, I mean.
Not just Big Street.
good question. Any other questions, Council Nolan?
I have a question for any restaurant owner that's here tonight. Is there anybody
I think Marie.
from restaurants that can answer a question?
Maria Caraccio. Caraccio, is that Cafe Sicilia? Oh, that's Franklin.
No,
Nope.
Oh,
no, it's Cafe Sicilian.
Okay, Cafe Cecilia is here. If you'd like to speak, I think Council Nolan has a question. She has her hand raised. Thank you, Maria. Would you introduce yourself?
Hi, Maria Cracchiolo, 40 Main Street, Gloucester, Cafe Cecilia. I live on 10 Prospect Square in Gloucester. I also own the building on 40 Main Street.
Great, thank you. So Council Nolan has a question for you.
Maria, so are you burdened by COVID to not be able to do what you're licensed to do inside your building at this point?
Yes, because now for Fiesta, I have to take out my seating so that people can come in and people won't sit, so that I can have so many people in at a certain time. Because
So
too many
that-
people in there won't
Right,
be healthy for everyone.
Is that a burden from COVID restrictions, or is that a burden for the amount of people with tables versus the incoming crowd from Fiesta?
It's basically both.
Right, so the city's telling you that you have to restrict the amount of people in your building and remove tables because of COVID.
No, there's no more restrictions because I can still have the same amount of people in the building, but I obviously know there's going to be a big overflow because people are going to be standing to get stuff at the counter.
Excellent, thank you, Maria.
Thank you.
Appreciate you answering Council Nolan's question.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councilors, before we close the public hearing? Okay, seeing none, I'd like to close the public hearing and ask our chair of P&D to give us the committee report and then followed by the narrative. Thank you, Councilor Brown.
On a motion by Councilor Gilman, seconded by Councilor O'Neill, Planning and Development Committee voted by roll call vote, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that City Council initiates a temporary amendment to the Gloucester zoning ordinance pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 48, Section 5, Section 1.11.2E, and to amend the zoning ordinance to provide for temporary zoning relief to businesses post-COVID-19 pandemic as follows. Insert a new 5.32 temporary zoning relief to businesses recovering from COVID-19 pandemic. Number 1, purpose and duration. The purpose of this section is to provide temporary zoning relief to businesses in the city of Gloucester recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic to provide opportunities to stimulate economic activity during this time. The city takes this action to continue to allow businesses some flexible options and use of outdoor spaces to the extent reasonably safe and feasible to operate as approved by the city. This section 5.32, is temporary and shall expire on October 10th, 2022. This section shall apply only to temporary structures and to temporary uses and only to structures and uses described below. Such structures and uses shall not remain on the site or in use after the expiration of the section unless otherwise permitted by law. 2, temporary permit exemption. Existing business uses as defined in section 2.3.4 business uses, including existing retail and consumer services as identified in section 2.3.4 subsection 27, and restaurants as identified in section 2.3.49 of the zoning ordinance shall be allowed to temporarily add outdoor seating, display, or takeout without requiring a special permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals or the City Council, or approval of the Planning Board under section 5.9 site plan review as applicable. However, in no instance shall such use allowance result in an increase in the approved occupancy limits of an establishment. Such outdoor seating, display, or takeout operations may be proposed on public or private sidewalks, in parking spaces or in parking lots. However, all of the codes, requirements, and permissions shall be in effect. In lieu of a special permit or site plan review requirements, applicants for outdoor seating, display or takeout shall be required to obtain a temporary use permit from the building department after an administrative application review by, including but not limited to, the building department, health department, and public safety departments to ensure the safe use of the outdoor space. Also, to include the following condition: the restaurants are required to compensate the city for parking spaces taken by outdoor seating of an amount of $100 per space per month, or as specified by administration on the day of the public hearing. And I so move.
Second.
We have a motion made by Counselor Grow and seconded by Counselor O'Neill. Is there a narrative, Counselor?
Yeah, most of the narrative you've already gotten. Basically, this is a response to some level of need, as articulated by members of the restaurant community earlier in this year, to allow for an additional expansion of their ability to provide outdoor dining in response to both responding to the recovering from COVID, but also, as I mentioned, the fact that COVID remains at over 10% in this community, and is continuing to be an impact on everybody's lives. P&D did review it. They did come up with some what's the word I'm looking for? Conditions. Thank you. And we felt that the conditions were overly burdensome at P&D. We had fairly vigorous discussion about the concerns of retailers and their parking needs. Also, sort of whether or not restaurants would actually take advantage of this. We decided at that point that this was our opportunity, was to provide our job at this point was to provide the opportunity. Restaurants could take advantage of that. We're not depending on their own particular business model. The recognition that there will be no additional tables or occupancy may very well impact their decisions. The restaurant may decide that it's not worth taking 5 or 6 tables out of the restaurant to put them outside for the entire season. So it was viewed that there are valid concerns about the parking. There are valid concerns that we are not yet recovered fully from the pandemic. And so it was felt that our position at P&D was to provide the opportunity to allow restaurants, if they choose to take advantage of it. It's a relatively short period of time. And that's where we went with this. We also had a very long discussion about the idea of doing, as Mr. Farber suggested, a more comprehensive plan moving forward to decide whether or not Gloucester wants to engage in a more consistent and more systematic outdoor dining scheme throughout summer in coming years. And from my perspective, I see that as a very positive thing, but it's not relevant to this particular discussion tonight. So that's really the narrative. I mean, I think we covered most of the other points at that point.
Right, and if I may, I'd just like to add a couple of things. First of all, when we talked to Bill Sanborn at the first meeting on May 18th, he was very clear that he was willing to work with, if we were to approve this, that he would work with the restaurant owners to allow them to put their plans in and electronically, and that he would work hard to do that permitting prior to July 1st. And then we spoke to Jill Cahill, our CAO, who spoke to Mike Hale, our Department of Public Works chair, and realizing that the Jersey barriers are used for Fiesta, they made a commitment that they would be able to bring those downtown to whatever businesses, if we were to approve this, would need that blockage. And they would be able to bring those in by July 1st after the Fiesta. And then the third person was Melissa Texera Prince, who chairs the licensing board. And she has agreed, if we approve this, to have a meeting, a special meeting of the licensing board for temporary permits that would fall under this jurisdiction only on June 30th at either 6:30 or 7 for the purpose of being able to make that happen before July 1st. Because the feeling is if this happens after July 1st, it's really too late because it's a short season. And October 10th is the closing date, so it's not a real long season. So those are particular dates that I wanted to be clear about, but I think everyone's tried to work collaboratively on this. And at this point, we have a motion, we have a second from Councilor O'Neill, and I think it's an opportune time to begin our discussion, councilors, because we have a lot going on tonight. So who would like to begin? Councilor Memhard.
I, like all of us, I enjoy the outdoor dining opportunity, and I think that long term, it would be a nice asset to our community to implement it in a way that works for all involved. I am concerned about the parking and the parking turnover. I'm not sure, have we specified the number of parking places on Main Street that we're potentially talking about? I heard an early conversation about 10 or 12 potentially. And I'm just trying to understand if they're open from 9 to 5, a workday, and the turnover might be one every half hour or one every hour. We're potentially talking about, if it's 10 parking spaces, do the math, but several hundred at least customers being able to park on Main Street every day in the course of this particular season. So I'm concerned about how to think those numbers through in terms of the practical impact that what we're talking about. I know what on the street dining looked like last year and the year before, and when they had a chance to really ramp up and implement it fully. I think we're all at a disadvantage right now in terms of making it work for the balance of the season, but I think we're giving it a really good try. It's just, it's out of the gate already. It's a little late, but I'm concerned about the parking and what the numbers are that are impacted, the number of customers that represents to any typical retail establishment. I think it is unfortunate that the restaurants, I understand it completely, but would not be using those reserved parking spaces for outdoor dining during the day. That's an obvious, clear draw. In the absence of breakfast and lunch menus, in addition to dining, and I don't know all the economics, but I'm sure it's pretty decisive in terms of the restaurant's operational review. Again, to reserve those parking places throughout the entire workday, but only begin to use them after all the shops on Main Street are closed for the day. It's rubbing the retailers in the face the wrong way.
And to answer the question, so Bill Sanborn thought it was around 12 for the core area downtown, and that's where most of the restaurants are. But Joe Shalino had gone through all of the whole stretch, and he thought the number was closer to 20 to 22 spots. So we didn't really come up with an actual map to show where they were. So there was kind of a wide range, but those are the numbers that came up. So, I think for this, we don't know how many people would commit to this. So we're giving the numbers when restaurants had one choice, and that was to have outdoor dining because they could not have indoor dining, period. So we would assume that that would maximize that. And right now, we're not sure how many restaurant owners would even partake, right? So, it's hard to predict.
I appreciate it.
But the things that we've heard is that there are needs for things like enforcement of the 2-hour time frame, right? And just making sure that there is turnover for the existing spots, and that's things that we can work more closely with.
But that's
city
already an issue,
administration. It is.
regardless of.
That has nothing to do with this. That's just an issue that we need to just be mindful of.
And to be fair on that point about the parking, it's only just now that we've actually begun reinforcing parking laws. We've had the meters and the parking kiosk debacle for the last year and a half now. So a lot of that discussion about people overstepping their boundaries on parking is a result of the fact that we have not been enforcing those things, and that's not going to be the case moving forward.
Right, and actually,
2 hours.
Actually,
My sister-in-law got a ticket.
Oh, did she? Okay. All right. Well,
During the during the amnesty period.
I'd say it was a
You got a
So-
2-hour ticket.
So Councilor Grow actually did a calculation. Do you want to just describe how you came up with a calculation?
Well, it was-
$100 per month for the
Yeah, I mean,
first
basically,
spot?
we charge 50 cents an hour for 8 hours a day, 5 days, 6 days a week, and then that roughly came out to about $103 a month. Back of the envelope math, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not as extensive as we think it is in terms of loss of income for the city. I will say, if I can.
But that's parking revenue. That's not business activity that comes from being able to park in front of
That's
the
correct.
bookstore.
That's correct. There's two things we're looking at here. One, impact on the city, and impact on the merchants and the restaurant owners. If I could just speak on the motion, my personal feeling on the parking issue, having lived in San Francisco for 20 years, we don't have a parking issue in Gloucester. I've never ever not come downtown because of a parking issue. I go to downtown businesses because I want to buy my shoes at Adam Barber's shop and not at online. I don't think the parking issue, frankly, is to me is as crucial an issue. I don't think we're going to see as many restaurants take advantage of this as maybe did during the full COVID. I think you may be seeing, a half a dozen or so restaurants that actually have the wherewithal at this point and are willing to make that trade-off between moving tables outside and then battling the potential elements that comes with that, because once they're outside, they can't then bring them inside. But it's impractical. I suppose they could if they wanted to in advance warning, but I think we're going to see very few restaurants actually being able to do this. But I think in deference to Councilor Gilman's order, the idea was to try to find a way to accommodate some level of for the restaurants to engage in some outdoor dining. And again, I'm reticent to go to a lot of restaurants because of the current COVID rates. And I know that people who are immunocompromised are certainly not going to be going inside restaurants, at least in the near future. 3.5 months, very few restaurants would like to take advantage of it. One might question why bother. On the other hand, I would say that our responsibility is to offer up the opportunity, and it's up to the restaurants to respond. And I think it's going to have limited impact on downtown. I think there are going to be few restaurants that actually take advantage of it, but I think it's an opportunity well worth taking.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other discussion, councilors? Councilor Worthley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this sometimes feels like a complicated issue, and we're picking favorites on restaurants versus retailers. And I'd like to get back to the days when we support business in general and they work collaboratively together. And the thing is, if you're in favor of this, if we vote for it, or we vote against it, it's not going to change the parking issues overall. Before we opened I-4C2, before we had the outdoor dining, people complained about retailers and restaurant owners complained about parking. Before we had this, we had wayfinding issues. Those issues are not going to disappear if we vote for this or if we vote against it. I think we should double down and commit to working on those problems separately from the motion that's before us today. There are people, whether COVID is real for people or not, people believe what they believe, but there are people who are anxious about going to public buildings still. And I think we owe it to them to give them the best opportunity if they want to dine in Gloucester. I think our restaurants, we have excellent restaurants, and we become a culinary destination. We also receive taxes from meals tax, which contributes to the city. So I love our retailers. I don't think this is picking one or the other. I think this is giving an advantage to restaurants compared to not giving an advantage. Now, I actually think one of the reasons why we don't have such robust articulation of support from restaurants is because I don't think that this motion does exactly what we want it to do. I will be supporting it, but I'm going to make a motion after. I don't know if I make a motion first or not, to strike one sentence from here. So there's this idea that if we are going to do this, we should say your outdoor occupancy impacts your indoor occupancy. It doesn't actually add up. Okay, so if we say, let's just say if someone has 100 seats, you want 30 outside. The fear is, as articulated to me by the building inspector, is that people are outside, on a day that's nice, and you're full capacity indoors. Then there's a passing thunderstorm that comes unpredictably, and your 30 people rushed indoors, and now you have 130 people indoors, and you have a hazard. I personally think that 20 years ago, that might have been the case. But today, I can tell you when the storm's coming, when it's going to turn to light rain, it's going to turn to drizzle, when it's going to stop by the hour. That wasn't the case 20 years ago, 10 years ago. I think it self-regulates. If I'm there with my family, I'm going to sit down and there's a chance of a passing storm, I'm going to wait to go in, or I'm not going to eat outdoors. If I'm a restaurant owner, I'm not going to see people if there's a chance that there's going to be a passing storm. I actually don't think we should be that involved in regulating common sense. If you want to run a restaurant, you have 100 seats indoors and you add 20 outdoors, that should have any impact on 100. Because what's going to happen is they're going to say, wait a minute, take away my indoor occupancy. I take the risk of rain, cool weather, too hot weather, too windy weather. And the bigger risk is restaurant business is about getting people in the door and getting people out the door, right? The faster you turn over tables, the more money you make. Put people outside and it slows the business down a little bit, more steps to get to people. If their napkin blows, if they lose their menu, they have to make all those additional steps. And trust me, they calculate all these things. Adding spaces outdoors is a risk. But if now we say, during this July 1st moment, if you commit to doing this, you can't go back. There's no 1 week, we'll have 30 outside, next week we have 10. You're saying I'm taking business away indoors on the chance of business outdoors. Is actually a negative. Because.
So, Councilor, may I ask you to state your amendment?
Sure,
so
sorry.
we can speak to the amendment?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I like to make a motion that we strike, I can't tell you, 5th or 6th line down, it says, however, comma, in no instance shall such use allowance result in an increase in approved occupancy limits of the establishment. And I so moved.
Second.
Okay, councilors, is everyone looking at the template right now to understand what the amendment is right now? It's to delete, however, in no instance shall such use allowance result in an increase in the approved occupancy limits of an establishment. You're asking to delete that.
That one sentence.
Okay, you have a seconded by Councilor O'Neill. So would you discuss now the amendment? So we can vote on the amendment.
So if the application process includes some sort of disclosure, if you eat outdoors, you can't go indoors, or they put a sign up that says outdoor seating, you can use the bathroom, but you can't just suddenly move indoors. There's a way to manage that without having to regulate it, so that we shut down the indoor operation by 20 or 30%. And I do think common sense would regulate, right? Again, I'm not gonna sit down with my kids if there's a chance of rain, if there's a chance if it's too cold or too hot. I'm gonna make that decision before I sit down. The restaurant owner can make that decision before they sit somewhere. Do they want to do that? But right now, if they participate in this program, they're committing indoor seating to outdoors without a guarantee that people will be sitting in the seats. Now, if you support my motion, my amendment, we still have to vote on the overall issue and we can be for or against it. But if you're trying to be helpful to restaurants, putting that in there doesn't help.
Okay, so on the amendment.
Yeah, if I could, actually, I'd like to refer to CIO Cahill or our attorney Egan. My understanding is that language is there because the building inspector told us that that's what had to be done. That the building inspector's position was that adding outdoor dining did not increase your overall occupancy. And I don't know specifically what that means in terms of actual licensing, but I think that was also a concern, was that if you're licensed for X number of seats for alcohol service, that had to be factored into it. So it wasn't that we were interested in limiting the occupancy, it was that we were told that we had to limit the occupancy. And if we can get a response from Ms. Cahill or Ms. Egan to whether or not that's accurate.
Jill, if you don't mind, that would be great if you could address that in Bill Sanborn's absence.
Sure, and thank you, Madam Chair, through you to the councilors. and I'm hoping Suzanne might be able to follow up on the liquor license piece, but when we reviewed this with Bill Sanborn, his concern, so there's more than just capacity impacts everything, right? So capacity impacts how many bathrooms you have, capacity impacts, in theory, how many parking spaces you have, but these are Main Street restaurants, so they count the downtown parking. So, excuse me, so yes, that's the reason that bill reflected capacity. And I believe, but I don't know this to be true, and I don't know if Suzanne is still out there, I hope so. I think, but I don't have this as facts, that your liquor license is based on a capacity number 2. Well, there's Suzanne, so she might be able to speak to that better than I am.
I know that she met with the licensing board chair in the last couple of days. Suzanne, would you care to address that for us?
Yes, so it's my understanding in terms of a license or an alcohol license, right, and from the licensing board, what they're going to be looking at is the licensed premises in order to provide that additional relief. But I actually don't know the answer to that question as to whether or not the occupancy has to stay the same in order for the businesses to take advantage of the expedited permitting. So I apologize, but I don't know the answer to that.
Thank you.
I just want to say, I feel confident that Bill wouldn't have brought it. Bill, again, as Councilor Grove pointed out, this was in no way an intention to lessen the amount of business for the restaurants. This is Bill, wouldn't have brought this up if he didn't think it was a real issue when it came to his job as the inspectional services. Just
into Councilor Worthley's amendment that we're discussing right now. So if we were to eliminate this, you're saying you don't want to have an occupancy maximum right now. You don't want.
I'm saying additional seats outdoors doesn't take away, just like it did over the last 2 years, it doesn't take away from indoor dining. Occupancy.
Right, so.
Go ahead,
Madam
Councilor Majota.
So,
Yeah,
look,
go ahead.
Restaurant A has a capacity of 100 people. And then they put down 20 seats outside. So what Councilor Worthy is saying, so are you adding the 100 plus the 20, which makes it 120, or are you making it 80-20 to make it the 100? Now, if you have like what we did in July of last year, it rained, what, 27 days out of whatever it was.
This is all a moot point. Yeah.
Right. So do those restaurants now lose those 20 seats, or can those 20 seats go back inside so the restaurant is 100? Or is it just whether you have 80 inside, 20 outside, and it's just 100, whichever way you want to divide it, and that could be done by hostesses, or there is a way of restaurants having systems to keep track of how many guests are coming in the restaurant or not. I see 2 hands up, so just.
So whose hands are up? Suzanne, Jill, would you like to speak to that?
I just wanted to correct Councilor Worthley. There were capacity restrictions on restaurants previously, so that's why we were working in the past 2 years. There are many things that were obviously in effect, particularly in 2020, that are no longer in effect. I think that was to Councilor Nolan's question. But again, the intention from Bill Sanborn is not to reduce business in any way. He just wants to make sure that we are not out of compliance with any public safety and public health issues. But Suzanne.
Thank you. Suzanne Egan, what would you like to add?
Yeah, so I think that whether or not this is a zoning ordinance. So this ordinance is saying what has to happen under the zoning ordinance. But with regard to the licensing or any state regulations or any health and safety regulations, whether or not the limitations of occupancy are included in the zoning ordinance won't affect the other regulatory agencies. So even if you delete this, and then the restaurant owner goes to the licensing board and the licensing board says, well, you can't increase your occupancy under the state law, the fact that the zoning ordinance doesn't restrict it isn't going to affect their authority.
Okay, so they overrule
Yes.
this, even if we were to remove it.
Well, it's not. it's, if you were to remove it and they had a restriction, the fact that you don't have it in here couldn't increase it. It's two different jurisdictions. So they would be giving a license under the a different statute than you are. You're giving it under the Zoning Act, or you're giving a special permit or an expedited permitting under the Zoning Act, which is Chapter 40. And the licensing board is giving it under the Chapter 138, which is regulating the sale of alcoholic beverages. So those are two different jurisdictions. And if you allow it as a zoning ordinance, it doesn't reduce the occupancy limit, but then they go to the board and they say, well, we want to also amend our permit to allow us to do this. That doesn't prohibit or restrict in any way the licensing board from saying, well, you have to, you're limited to the occupancy limit, the occupancy level that you have now, and you have to include your inside and outside dining in that for your licensed premises.
Okay, thank you.
Just for clarification.
Go ahead, Councilor Grow.
That would also apply to the building inspector in terms of the occupancy level. So having the sentence in here is in a sense irrelevant. We don't really need to have that as an option, because the building inspector and licensing board are going to take precedent over that. I mean, we could prohibit it, I suppose, but it's not a necessary prohibition, because there's already two other places that this can be challenged.
Right, and there may be a third. There may be the under Board of Health, Food, health and safety.
Councilors, I wanted to share with all of you one of the things that we discussed at our last P&D meeting, and that was Bill Sanborn made it very clear that one of the recommendations from the planning board was to consolidate some of the space. So maybe two restaurants, so let's just envision this. Passports, Franklin, and Sugar Mag shares outdoor space, okay? He said that there were some problems with sharing the space, because when you have liquor licenses, you have to be able to control who's entering your establishment. So if you have shared space, it's hard to really break down what restaurant ends here and what restaurant ends there. And that was a concern to Bill. So that was one of the reasons why we didn't accept the planning board's recommendation to try to share space.
Can't imagine a restaurant wanting to share space. It would be so complex. I mean,
Sort of doing, a couple of them were kind of doing it. They would divide the area
right
in an informal way last year.
Well, just for the sake of this amendment, I don't care whether or not they move the tables in inclement weather. So if their occupancy is X, their occupancy is X. But if they move the tables in, they can't then, based on what we thought we were doing, add extra tables. But I don't personally care one way or the other. Yeah.
Well, those tables, those tables, most likely those restaurants would not just be bringing tables in and out, because that's just labor intensive. So, but that would be the ideal situation where they can just put them in for dinner, and then at the end of the night bring them back in. Now that's something I think that we can work on in the future, so that way the parking won't be an issue if we get together.
So
let's move forward on this amendment. Okay, we ready to vote the amendment?
No.
We're not. Okay. Go
Can I
ahead.
summarize where I stand?
No, you already spoke. Back at the champ.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Been
Councilor
awfully quiet tonight,
Councilor
Tony.
Kraus, please speak
Well,
up.
I just want to correct, a couple of things here. Jeff said, that with today's technology, any outdoor diner is going to know, it's like, I'm sorry, but I don't know if you see the evacuation of the beaches of people who paid no attention, who were outdoors all day long and paid no attention to the weather. You see the boats flying in Ipswich Bay. I mean, and those are people who are supposed to pay attention to the weather. They're not just dining, they're actually, out there. So that just doesn't, I think that this is an important piece in here, because, we just are not the authority to make occupancy regulations. And we've been advised, and I'd like to ask Suzanne, who's been around for a while, how many times the city council's gotten itself in trouble by doing just this thing of And you don't have to answer that, Suzanne, actually, but I've witnessed it multiple times over my, period of watching city government. And so, we've been advised by our experts that this is a mandatory piece, and its occupancy is a very definite thing. And there's a reason for it. There's probably multiple reasons for it. And I'm just not going to be in favor.
Thank you.
I'd
Go
agree with
ahead,
Tony.
Council. So on the, are we ready to vote this amendment? Okay, everyone's
No.
clear? The
Val,
amendment-
Counselor O'Hara.
Val.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jamie.
Thank you.
Councilor
I'm
O'Hara.
not watching the screen.
I'm watching the room and not the screen, so I'm adjusting here, so thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I've got two issues. I'd like to amend the end date from the October 1st to midnight of Labor Day, that the outdoor seating would cease. But in the same breath, I think we're clearly, none of us are the billing inspector, none of us represent the liquor board. We're asking questions, we can't get answers. I think we're not prepared for this to go to a vote, as much as I'm supportive of our businesses, both restaurant and others on Main Street and throughout our city. We do not have the people to answer the proper questions here tonight. And I think we are going down a road we shouldn't be.
Okay, so
Thank you.
on the amendment, does anyone else have any more discussion on the amendment?
I just want to be clear that a yes vote strikes our decision to regulate occupancy. And we leave it to the Board of Health, licensing board.
The amendment right now is to delete. However, in no instance such use allowance result in an increase in the approved occupancy limits of an establishment.
So yes vote strikes that one.
That is striking that, okay? So councilors, is everyone clear on what we're voting on right now? And the amendment is to strike that. So let's do a roll call vote. Council O'Neill.
Yes.
Council Worthley.
Yes.
Council Gilman. No. Council Gross.
No.
Council Grow.
Yes.
Council Majota.
Yes.
Council Memhard.
No.
Council Nolan.
No.
Council O'Hara.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The motion, the amendment fails because it did not get 6. It has to have 5 votes.
For an amendment. The amendment to the main
1,
zoning.
2, so there are 5 votes. Okay, so the amendment succeeds. 5 in favor, 4 opposed. So now we're back to the main motion, which is without, however, in no instance, such use allowance result in an increase in the approved occupancy limits of an establishment.
And this requires 6 votes.
Yes. Okay, Council O'Hara, do you have anything to add for any more amendments right now? Your hand is raised.
Yes, no, just that I believe, or I'd like to amend to outdoor seating would cease midnight of Labor Day. And the reason is after that, we clearly lose a lot of visitors who are many of them who are those people who visit and frequent downtown and the outdoor dining that if at any time, I think there may be spaces that are being not used properly would be after Labor Day. Thank you.
Joanne, do you know the date for midnight on Labor Day?
Yes, because there's an election the next day.
There's an election the next day, so
So
Joanne
it's
knows.
September 5th.
September 5th at midnight.
Yes.
Okay, so Council O'Hara has an amendment on the floor. He'd like this under section 1, purpose and duration shall expire on September 5th, 2022 at midnight. Is there a narrative that you have on that? Oh, is there a second on that?
Second.
Second on to Council Nolan on that. Do you have anything you'd like to add, Council O'Hara?
No, again, the visitors, I believe most of them, Labor Day is the unofficial end of summer. Many people go back to where they came from. And those are the people who, many of them who are frequenting our restaurants. And at that point, I feel that those spaces would be not utilized to the fullest extent. And even at being an employer, many of probably the restaurant help students that are returning to school. Thank you.
Council Gross on the amendment.
No, I think you were, right? Right.
Oh, Council Gross, did you? Okay, Council Gross. On
You
the
should sit so
amendment.
close to each
We gotta
other.
separate them.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna reveal a dark secret about Cape Ann, that the best time to be in Cape Ann, in my view, is September and October. August is nice and lovely and hot and crowded, but if we take out an entire month and 6 weeks of this particular plan, we're essentially negating any need for it. And I think that for the very reasons that Councillor O'Hara has stated, that the crowds leave, this is the time for the locals to enjoy Cape Ann at its most. And we're more likely to see people who live here utilizing the restaurants at a time when they're not crowded with visitors. And I think that by cutting it too short, we're really just, we're cutting the legs off the idea of even doing this. But also, I go into hibernation in July and August, and I come out in September and October, because that's the best time to be here. And I think that's the time to enjoy outdoor dining.
Anyone else like to speak on the amendment? Council O'Neill.
Yep, I was actually thinking the same idea as what Councilor O'Hara said. It's just, I thought October was too late, because I just don't think it's fair to the businesses. And I think Labor Day is a good compromise, so that the retail businesses can get some business, and I just think that's a good day to stop it.
Okay. Anyone else like to speak on the amendment? Okay, everyone's clear. The amendment is that this shall expire on September 5th at midnight versus October 10th. Roll call vote. Council O'Neill.
Yes.
Council Worthley.
Yes.
Council Gilman. No. Council Gross.
No.
Council Grow.
No.
Council Majota.
No.
Council Memhard.
No.
Council Nolan.
No.
Council O'Hara.
Yes.
The noes have it, 6 opposed and 3 are in favor. So now we're back to the main motion, which is
That's right.
to expire as read on
Without the
October 10th, 2022. Thank you, Councilor. All right, so let's discuss this. We've got a lot going on tonight, and so go ahead. Joanne Sinos has a comment.
Announce, someone has their hand up that there's no more public comment on this.
Right. Yes. Unless we want to suspend the rules of procedure. Okay. I'm sorry that the public hearing portion is over. So we're on the main motion, clear what it is. Let's have a discussion and then we'll vote. Anyone else want to speak? Go ahead, Councilor Gross.
Well, I agree with the intent of this. I'm very disheartened of the lack of response by the restaurant owners. This was put into place to fill the gap of seating capacity during COVID and the restrictions, where they were down to 25% for 0%. And outdoor dining wouldn't have done any good then anyway. And then 25 and then 50%. And this was put in place to give relief to that. That relief is no necessary. There is the Council Grove's point, you know, people who would not go out, who would go out if there's outdoor dining. And we do have several restaurants that have outdoor dining in the city. Not, you know, there's lots of opportunities to enjoy outdoor dining in the summertime in Gloucester. So I feel that, you know, if I had seen a lot more effort and concern by the restaurant owners, and now without the occupancy, I know we're going to be in trouble over the occupancy thing, because then that's going to be argued against us, and probably wind us up in court. That has to be so. I would love to be able to support this, but it just, you just got to come ask me first, you know. So,
Okay, thank you. Councilor Majota.
No, sorry, I'm just listening.
Okay. Councilor Nolan.
Hi. Again, this goes back to the beginning when the first had the meeting with I believe the Cape Ann Chamber of Commerce, and none of the restaurants showed up. Only retail stores showed up. I believe shortly after that meeting, the owner of Tono had shown up, looking to be involved and make this happen, and they wanted to have a second meeting. COVID was tough times for a lot of people, including retail businesses, engineering, manufacturing, carpenters, and everything. Restaurants had suffered, and I ate more takeout for 2 years than I had my entire life put together, trying to help restaurants. I have thousands of dollars of gift cards that I haven't even cashed in because I feel the businesses. I think that at the point that we have where people have the ability to go out to a restaurant, they want to go to outdoor dining. We have restaurants that pay a fair market price, and they pay a premium for what they have for outdoor dining situations. And sometimes making business on public property and falling back on the excuse of, you know, it's been tough. Well, it's been tough for everybody, including the retail stores and your neighbors. And I'm sure that you've seen them in your restaurants more than they've seen you in their businesses. I have a hard time with this. I wish there was more participation from the restaurant owners. I feel the same as Councilor Gross. I think if we're trying to do something in the short term thing, then after the 2 years of having the parking blocked, I think we give it to the retail people, and then we come up with some sort of long-term goal. But as of tonight, with the support strongly from the retail end of this, I feel as though that I can't support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other comments before we vote? Councilor Worthley.
Yes. I feel everything you just said, and I've worked in retail on Main Street before myself. It's not easy. Our restaurant owners also are business owners too. And I think any advantage we can give them compared to, not to retailers in Gloucester, compared to Newburyport, compared to other communities, to be a destination for outdoor dining means something. And so I don't think striking the occupancy thing changes anything, because our building inspector, our health department, and our liquor license still regulates those things. But the reason why restaurant owners aren't as involved as they have been in the past is there was a meeting at the Chamber of Commerce early on this year in February, and there was unanimous support for the restaurant community. And they were going to have a meeting with the mayor's office, and they also had retailers who were against it. And it got a little bit complicated. And so restaurant owners, it's 8:45 at 9 o'clock on a Tuesday night. If they're working, they're busy right now. You can't expect them to come to meetings at 5, 6, 7 o'clock at night during their busy time. I also think that as written, the current ordinance doesn't actually help them. With our change that we made, I think it does help them, and they're probably more likely to be supportive and more active. The least we could do is give them a choice, give our customers some choice, and that's why I'll support it. I think the comprehensive review that we need to do starting in September, October needs to happen. And I'm going to support it because I think it helps the overall economy. It helps the city of Gloucester.
Anyone else like to speak in favor or support? Discussion? So I think we are ready. So,
Madam President,
Go ahead,
is this a 5-4 or six?
yeah, we need 6 votes.
You need one.
Okay.
Unless you want to throw a little affordable housing in there. And then
I-
we're-
Priorities.
Go ahead, Councilor O'Neill.
Yes.
Your last word.
Wait, I think she just voted.
We know that we can't turn the major microphone off, so we all know that when we go into a coughing fit, we have to leave. So thank you for your vote, Councilor O'Neill. Councilor Worthley.
Yes.
Councilor Gilman. Yes. Councilor Gross.
Yes.
No, sorry.
No. Councilor Grow.
Yes.
Councilor Majota.
Yes.
Councilor Memhard.
Yes.
Councilor Nolan.
No.
Councilor O'Hara.
Yes.
Yeses have it. 5, 6, 7 in favor, 2 opposed. Thank you, councilors.
Yes, she voted yes before she chose.
Sean.
Yeah,
I voted no.
you voted no. Okay. Do you want me to go through what everybody voted? Everyone voted yes with the exception of Gross and Nolan. So 7 in favor, 2 opposed. Okay, so the motion passes. Thank you.
Good discussion.
Okay, yeah, and just to transition, because now we're going to talk about the budget. But I just want to say that I am committed, and I hope all of you are, that when the fall comes, that we work really hard to come up with, to steer the retail shops and the restaurant owners, the members of the council, to really start talking about making downtown a vibrant community. And we're excited about that. We've been told by Joe Cahill that there might be some grants out there to help oversee this process. And this is all really helpful. So I'm optimistic about that. So thank you. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Next order of business for council vote is the adoption of the FY 22 budget.
We have these plans to Tim and Chris's
We really need one?
bathroom.
All right, we've got, all right, so let's take a 5-minute recess, if we will. Is there a second on the recess for 5 minutes? Second, Councilor Nolan. Motion made by Councilor Worthley. Councilor O'Neill? Yes. Councilor Worthley?
Yes.
Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross?
Yes.
Councilor Grow?
Yep.
Councilor Majota?
Yes.
Councilor Memard?
Yes.
Councilor Nolan?
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara?
Budget will just have to wait.
Jamie? Can you give me a thumbs up, Jamie?
He's frozen.
Oh, he's frozen. Okay, so we've all approved a 5-minute recess. We will be back at 9:04. 9:04. Is it possible for you to add that on the screen?
Yes. Oh, no.
Okay. Kenny, all right. So everyone should remember that we're all on speaker during our break. I have a cough drop for Tracy. Remember, I was eating my kind bar and crunching, and Council Nolan said, sounds really good, right?
Okay, so.
Okay.
Tracy. Where is she?
I think. There's some snacks. Can I get this retold?
Those are good. Those are expensive. Those are like $10 for a bag.
Maybe I'd offer you some, but I just rolled them all around my hand. You like the show?
I kind of struggle with that. The
Hard to eat.
Yeah.
as would be, adding it to revenue.
Yeah, so like, for example,
There's
So
a,
see,
see how we only have, this is the only motion, this is for the rate combat, so this is the only one. If we already had a motion, that we're adding to it, then I would say, okay, but now you're building a
No,
brand
it's
new
regular
motion.
days.
So I think you would have to have a committee
meeting first to talk about that,
You can just sit there.
to refer it.
Yeah, which one is that?
So that's why I'm just, so then I would say.
Before you know it, you've had
um,
your entire
option would
lifetime
be-
supply of.
Yeah.
Because remember, we have to have a balanced budget.
Yeah.
So I would say,
That was my like,
if I remember, it's probably 510. And I'm assuming it's on ordinary maintenance. So but we,
No.
cherries on there.
yeah, so we'd be paying chaos cherries,
Right.
right? So it would be ordinary.
Okay.
So we would add 35 to there. And then we would have to add 35 to here, like this number would change and this number would
Actually, I
change.
mean,
We just changed them.
Yeah, but,
Agree.
yeah, but I would want to hear from John, you know,
I'm not gonna have. any-
what, like, where in the budget he's gonna have 35.
I'm not gonna have it.
So my understanding.
Then no action. It's just a- I would say,
Transfer.
there is no- to me, like,
370.
or 2 weeks later.
Nobody's talking.
I watched the last.
Unless there's an email.
Good. You need to tell people how they can watch the last meeting's Thursday, right?
Yeah.
Or, that's-
Yeah, I don't have any.
So now.
It may or may not be, because all the organizations.
I don't have any. That's something else.
So if I ask.
Like the ones that actually get the effect, well,
Everybody does that.
you guys are in England, so that.
Yeah, I mean, that slowed you. I would say she would have to talk too. Okay,
He's in the car. So
but maybe, I don't know. Like, that's why I was thinking to have all three having
John,
John on the same room. It's fine. I think you need to have a conversation, you know, either with, you know, Kay, with Joe Kay and John.
no, they can do that. I
uh,
assume that John's number.
I don't have Jill's number. John, I don't even know if it's his. Yeah, I think he needs to talk to Scott first about this.
2 seconds.
He's almost here.
I don't know what that means.
Chances is.
How come she, what? I thought you snaps.
you did.
So Tony gave me snaps.
Man, that's why he keeps calling.
So,
me. I stayed home with the kids.
No,
was talking to George today.
I don't know that it's appropriate to change the budget. No, it's all right. I only had 2 more.
Right, I mean,
All right. Councilors, can we get ready to continue our meeting?
Can you just read really fast?
Okay.
Wait, I get to make a speech
So
first.
we are, our recess is over, and here we are back at our June 14th, 2022 City Council meeting. And the next order of business, Madam Clerk?
For council vote, the adoption of the FY '23 budget.
And at this point, I would like to turn the meeting over to our BNF Chair, Scott Memard, who's going to partner with our auditor, Ken Costa,
Here.
and take it away. And I know you've got some opening remarks.
Yes, I
and we
do.
look
Thank you,
forward
Madam
to
Chair.
it.
I think that this goes back to Councillor Joe Shalino, but he, a number of years back, he asked, he was introducing the budget, that our city auditor, Kenny Costa, help him with some of his comments for the introduction. And I was a lucky recipient of inheriting some of that assistance. So I have here the budget opening remarks for 2017. Or I can give you the 2016 comments that CAO Jim Destino wrote, really quite masterful in his first term there. Jill would appreciate those, I think. But if we forgo that, that's
Which one's shorter?
He was
So this is the budget, City Council budget opening remarks, and I am Scott Memhard, Ward 1 Councillor and Chair of Budget and Finance Committee with Vice Chair Councillor Gross and Councillor Wortley. I am pleased to present the recommendations of the Budget and Finance Committee to the City Council's, the city's budget for fiscal year 2023, which begins on July 1st, 2022. And overall spending in the general fund accounts amounts to $127,644,055, of which $46,998,897 is set aside for our school department. I would just say that for most of us, $127,648,055 is a lot of money. But keep in mind that we are a city of some 30,000 people covering 42 square miles with 60 miles of coastline. Between all city services and all city departments, we rely on over 1,400 skilled municipal employee base to keep our city running smoothly. We would like to extend our appreciation for the professional work by Mayor Berger's team, in particular, Chief Administrative Officer Jill Cahill, CFO and Treasurer John Dunn, Fiscal Analyst Grace McCann, and our school committee and school management team. This council here appreciates our own staff's hard work in this process. City Auditor Kenny Costa, City Clerk Joanne Sinos, Assistant City Clerk Grace Poirier, and Sherry Carvallis, Clerk of our committees. All city department heads carefully explained and defended their appropriation requests multiple times. First to the mayor's team, then to the Budget and Finance Committee, which was in large part a committee of the whole council, line by line and dollar by dollar. It's a careful and deliberative process, making efforts at every step to be open, public, and accessible, respecting the needs of the city and the hard-earned financial support provided by our city's taxpayers. Our fiscal stewardship means that our independent auditors and Massachusetts Department of Revenue's positive review and acceptance will follow and result. Budget and Finance Committee appreciates that this has been a very tough budget year for the mayor's office to bring into balance, due in part to the continuing coronavirus pandemic, uncertainty of the economy that includes inflation concerns and rising interest rates, and significant debt service that remains outstanding. As reviewed by CAO Jill Cahill and CFO John Dunn, the department heads and the mayor's team, this budget, within the constraints of our contractual obligations, already presents its own challenges. A few procedural matters that I would just like to touch on. For May 18th and 25th fiscal year 2023 budget department review meetings, all of the motions put forward were voted by members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Councillor Tony Gross, Vice Chair, Councillor Jeff Wordley, and myself. For the school committee budget meeting on May 26, 2022, Council President Val Gilman served as an alternate, and the school budget was voted by Councilors Gross, Gilman, and myself. For each department, the amount of personal services, ordinary maintenance, capital outlay, and any special transfers will be specified in a single motion read by myself or by City Auditor Kenny Costa, with the exception of one department, the school department. Each item will be considered to have been separately voted otherwise. I will motion the vote. Vice Chair and Budget and Finance Committee, Tony Gross, will second for the record, unless he recuses himself from a particular vote. And the council's roll call vote. Upon the council's roll call vote, I will announce the results of each vote. All motions will require a roll call vote due to the remote meeting with Councillor, where are you? O'Hara, there he is tuning in remotely. Okay. So the first motion from the Budget and Finance Committee is on the general fund free cash motion reserved for the 2023 budget. On a motion by myself, seconded by Councillor Worthley, Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed. Recommend that the City Council appropriate the amount of $57,343 from the general fund, undesignated fund balance, free cash account as noted, to the Talbot Rink Enterprise Fund, fund balance reserved for special purposes, account as noted. The purpose of this appropriation for the general fund, undesignated fund balance, free cash, is to stabilize the Talbot Rink Enterprise Fund user fees for the fiscal year 2023. And I so move.
A motion made, oh, you can read this, so go ahead.
Council made by myself, seconded by Councillor Gross. Any discussion? Comments? Roll call vote. Councillor O'Neill.
Yes.
Worthley.
Yes.
Gilman.
Yes.
Gross.
Yes.
Grow.
Yes.
Majota.
Yes.
Memhard. Yes. Nolan.
Yes.
O'Hara.
Yes.
Madam President, this computer ran out of juice and this computer won't show my face, so that's not blacked out.
Okay.
You want to charge?
You got a Mac charge?
I didn't bring it.
Would you need a charge for the city club?
No.
No, I'm good. I'm good. No, I'm on the city one and it won't, I don't know why it won't pick me up.
You can share with Councillor Worley if you. That's all right.
I can see everybody else.
Can everybody see Tony in the photo? Tony, raise your hand. Okay,
Oh, there I am.
everyone sees
Oh,
Tony
okay.
there. Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Oh, now you're right next to Jeff, so
Yep.
that's good. Thank you. So now we can see you. Good, thank you for sharing.
I'm gonna-
Okay,
I'm gonna leave them in the back and see what-
so will you announce
So,
what
so
the results were?
the free cash appropriation passed unanimously with a vote of 9 in favor, 0.
Great, thank you.
Moving right along. The first department is the City Council, Department 111. And Budget and Finance voted unanimously, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for the City Council as follows. Personal services, $103,500. Ordinary maintenance, $34,700, for a total for the department of $138,200, and I so move.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Good discussion. Roll call vote. O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes,
Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Mariota,
Yes.
Marjada, Memhard.
Can we have a class on this?
We gotta change it every time.
it took me 3 weeks to figure it out.
1, 2, 3.
Marajota.
Nolan,
Just Frank.
Yes.
O'Hara.
Yes.
City Council budget is approved by a unanimous vote of 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Executive, City Mayor. Budget and Finance voted unanimously by roll call vote, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for the executive city mayor as follows. Personal services, $369,947. Ordinary maintenance, $379,471, for a total of the department of $749,418. And I so move.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthly,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Marjada,
Yes.
Memhard. Yes. Waiting for Frank to say yes for me. Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
Yes.
You should just call him Frank.
yeah, Frank. I can do
Council
that.
Frank, Council Frank.
Used to work when we had 3 mics on the council and we always had to tap on the mic or turn off a mic and say, Mike. Motion passes unanimously by a vote of 9 in favor, 0 opposed. The next department is the City Auditor's Department. Budget and Finance voted unanimously, recommend by 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for the city auditor as follows. Personal services, $366,279. Ordinary maintenance, $68,877, for a departmental total of $435,156. And I so move.
Second.
Motion made, seconded by Councillor Gross, and then third by Councillor O'Neill. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthly,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Marjada,
Yes.
Memhard. Yes. Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
Yes.
Jamie, thank you. Motion passes unanimously by a vote of 6 in favor, 0 opposed. 9. Trying to do a process of elimination. That didn't work. Okay. Purchasing, Department 138. Budget and Finance voted unanimously by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriation for purchasing as follows. Personal services, $173,049. Ordinary maintenance, $222,180, for a departmental total of $395,229. And I so move.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded for the discussion. Seeing none. Roll call vote. O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthly,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Jota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes. Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
Yes.
Thank you, Jamie. The Assessor's Office, Department,
Could you just announce?
motion passes unanimously by a vote of 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Assessor's Office, on a motion by myself, seconded by Councillor Worthly. Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for the assessors as follows. Personal services, $448,960. Ordinary maintenance, $56,403, for a departmental total of $505,363. And I so move.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded for their discussion. Seeing none, roll call vote. O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthly,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Marjota.
Yep.
Memhard, yes. Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously by a vote of 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Department number 145, Treasurer Collector. On a motion by Councillor Memhard, seconded by Councillor Gross, Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for the Treasurer Collector as follows. Personal services, $725,133. Ordinary maintenance, $217,375. Debt service, $30,000, for a departmental total of $972,508. And I so move.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. Any discussion?
Yes.
Yep.
The 30,000, is that what we pay a debt service to collect?
if I may, through the chair,
Yes, go ahead, Kenny.
that's for borrowing costs. So each time we borrow, there's a bond council, and then there's also a rating call with S&P. So it's related to those costs for borrowing costs.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Any further discussion? Question? Motion's made and seconded. Roll call vote. O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes,
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes. Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
yes,
thank you. Next department,
motion
15.
passes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you.
Department 151, Law. On a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthley, Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for law as follows. Personal services, $334,298. Ordinary maintenance, $105,000. For a departmental total for law of $439,298. And I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes,
Gross,
Yes.
Marjota,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Memhard. Thought I forgot you there, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
No, Memhard says yes. Nolan
Yes.
and O'Hara.
yes,
Thank you. That's 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Motion passes unanimously. Personal Human Services Department 152. On a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthley, Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for personnel, human services, human resources as follows. Personal services, $310,910. Ordinary maintenance, $85,602 for a departmental total of $396,512. And I so move.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
yes,
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes. Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Department 155, Management Information Services and Systems. On a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthley, Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for management information systems as follows. Personal services, $390,275. Ordinary maintenance, $721,373. Capital outlay, $55,000 for a departmental total of $1,166,648. And I so move.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
yes,
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes. Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed. City Clerk's Office, Department 161. On a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthley, the Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for the city clerk as follows. Personal services, $305,979. Ordinary maintenance, $6,245 for a departmental total of $312,224. And I so move.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion?
I would just like to ask the city clerk, $6,245 is enough for you for a year? Okay.
She's good.
Yeah.
You're sure?
Yes.
Now, this is your chance, Joanne.
No, we do
Take
level
it out of the
budget.
mayor's budget.
Pardon me?
Yeah, level budgeted funding, we use our funds wisely. Whatever we can do, and if I have increase in costs, I will ask for more money.
And we appreciate that.
Count off.
Very much
I
so.
wanted to add that I'm obviously going to be supporting this, but there's an opportunity that we might have some reimbursements for some unfunded mandates based on what happens when the Senate bill reconciles with the House bill. So that's nice to know,
That's on
because,
the-
for-
That's on the next motion though.
oh, okay,
This
I'm
is just
sorry.
for city clerk. The next
Okay.
one is for elections and registration.
Okay, then I spoke prematurely, but I will be supporting this motion. Thank you, Joanne.
Thank you. Roll call vote, Counselor O'Neill,
Absolutely.
Worthley,
Yes.
Hillman,
Yes.
Gross.
Yes.
Rowe.
Yep.
Majota.
Yes.
Memhard, yes. Nolan.
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously, 9 in favor of the city clerk's budget and 0 opposed. And the next department, Department 163, is registration. Voter registration on a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthley. Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed. To recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for registration as follows. Personal services, $70,650. Ordinary maintenance, $60,100, for a departmental total of $130,750. And I so move.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion? Roll call vote. O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Tillman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes. Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Yeah, motion passes unanimously, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you. Department 171, Conservation Commission. Budget and Finance voted unanimously by roll call vote, 3 in favor, 0 opposed. To recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for Conservation Commission as follows. Personal services, $116,105. Ordinary maintenance, $15,000, for a departmental total of $131,105. And I so move.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Discussion? Seeing none. Roll call vote. Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memhard. Yes. Waiting for that guy to speak. Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes unanimously, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Department 181, Community Development. Budget and Finance on a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthley, voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for community development as follows. Personal services, $624,467. Ordinary maintenance, $116,275, for a departmental total of $740,742. And I so move.
Second.
Made and seconded. Discussion?
I wanted to say something about this. So I've had several members of my board call me just to let us know that if there was any department that could use additional staffing, it's this department. And I'm supporting this as it is, but I just want administration to realize and for all of us to be mindful of the fact that this department is really working hard. And we've made some good decisions in this budget, but we need to be mindful that they have a lot on their plate.
Yes,
And I
witnessed
just
by their
wanted to
support for this, for the City Council this past spring, certainly, but they all also well-funded or have vacancies in the staff.
Yeah, absolutely. So I promised them that I would at least say that, and I think that it's a good tribute to the hard work that they do, so.
Thank you. I believe the motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes. Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Chapter Department 210, Police Administration. Budget and Finance on a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthley, voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for police administration as follows. Personal services, $598,754. Ordinary maintenance, $65,115, for a departmental total of $663,869. And I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthly,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes. Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed, unanimously. Police Department 211, police uniform. On motion by Councillor Memhard, seconded by Councillor Worthley, Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed. To recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriation for police uniform as follows. Personal services, $6,198,095. Ordinary maintenance, $210,665. And capital outlay, $147,361 for a departmental total of $6,556,121. And I so move.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion.
Yes.
Councillor O'Neill.
It just seems like, I love the police. I really do. They're in my ward and I have needed them on many occasions. What is the personal services for $6 million if they're uniforms? Is that the
That is,
manufacturing of them?
that's on the street. Those are the staff. Those are the police officers.
Oh, uniformed policemen.
Please.
I just want to add, so the police department, you'll see there's different divisions. You'll see the administration,
Right, yeah.
uniform, criminal investigations. You'll
Yep.
also see also harbor as well. Now, each category, personal services, those are payroll type of expense. So salaries, wages, overtime,
Right.
ordinary maintenance, that's non-payroll. Those are for goods and
Right.
services. That's what we pay our vendors.
Okay.
Think capital would be, equipment, it could be vehicles. So those are the 3 categories.
Okay, I just, where it said police uniforms, but so that's uniform patrolman.
Correct, that's the division within the
Okay.
police department. That's
Okay.
correct.
It's not that we're spending $6,200,000.
They're Louis Vuitton police
Very,
uniforms.
very nice uniform stuff.
We got lots of bells and whistles and.
I had to ask.
No, thank you.
Good chuckle for you.
Good question. Any further discussion on police uniform? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councillor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe, Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Thank you. Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next department is 212, Police Criminal Investigations. And a motion by myself, seconded by Councillor Gross, Budget and Finance Committee, voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for police criminal investigations as follows. Personal services, $463,805. Ordinary maintenance, $202,450 for a departmental total of $466,255. I so move.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded for discussion. Questions? Seeing none. Roll call vote. Councillor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe, yes, Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed, unanimous vote. Police Harbors, Department 216. On a motion by myself, seconded by Councillor Gross, Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed. To recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for police harbors as follows. Personal services, $32,328. Ordinary maintenance, $17,000 for a departmental total of $49,328. And I so move.
Second.
Motion made, seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councillors O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe, yes, Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes unanimously, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next department, 218, police parking. On a motion by myself, seconded by Councillor Worthley, Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for police parking as follows. Personal services, $133,173. Ordinary maintenance, $400. a departmental total of $133,573, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made, seconded. Any discussion, questions? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councillor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe, Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Department 220, Fire Prevention and Suppression. On a motion by myself, seconded by Councillor Gross, Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for fire prevention and suppression as follows. Personal services, $9,962,748. Ordinary maintenance, $826,893. Capital outlay, $95,211, for a departmental total of $10,884,852, and I so move.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion,
I'd
questions?
just like to comment that Chief Smith is on the call and we appreciate you being here. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief Smith. His budget, like all the departmental budgets, were presented clearly and succinctly and the Budget and Finance Committee. Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Councillor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes unanimously, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Department 241, Inspectional Services. On a motion by myself, Councillor Memhard, seconded by Councillor Worthley. Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriation for inspectional services as follows. Personal services, $586,934. Ordinary maintenance, $16,950, for a departmental total of $603,884, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion or question? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councillor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed, unanimous. Department 291, Fire Emergency Management. On a motion by Councillor Memhard, seconded by Councillor Worthley, Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for fire emergency management as follows. Ordinary maintenance, $76,250. Capital outlay, $2,500, for a departmental total of $78,750, and I so move.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councillor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed, unanimous. Department 292, Police Animal Control. On a motion by Councillor Memhard, seconded by Councillor Worthley, Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriation for police animal control as follows. Personal services, $133,695. Ordinary maintenance, $8,000, for a departmental total of $141,695. And I so move.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. Any further discussion or question? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councillor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
and last but not least, O'Hara.
yes,
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Department 296, Shellfish Control. Budget and Finance Committee voted unanimously to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for shellfish control as follows. Personal services, $125,975. Ordinary maintenance, $20,150, for a departmental total of $146,125, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion, questions? Seeing none, roll call vote. Counselor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Margota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara. Jamie,
Yes.
we'll put you in charge of shellfish control. Thank you. Motion passes unanimously, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next department is Department 403, DPW, Solid Waste Disposal and Recycling. Budget and Finance voted unanimously to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for the DPW, Solid Waste Disposal and Recycling as follows. Personal Services, $20,000. Ordinary Maintenance, $2,640,498 for a departmental total of $2,660,498, and I so move.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. Any discussion, questions? Seeing none, roll call vote. Counselor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Department 411, DPW Engineering. Budget and Finance voted unanimously to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriation for DPW Engineering as follows. Personal Services, $58,117. Ordinary Maintenance, $9,247 for a departmental total of $67,364, and I so move.
Second.
Motion is made, second discussion. Seeing none, roll call vote. Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Department 421, DPW Public Works Administration. Budget and Finance voted unanimously to recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for DPW Public Works Administration as follows. Personal Services, $121,085. Ordinary Maintenance, $15,790 for a departmental total of $136,875, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion, questions? Seeing none. Roll call vote. Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara. Jamie,
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
motion passes unanimously, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. I feel like I'm calling you in from Outlander. Department 423, Departmental DPW Snow and Ice Removal. Budget and Finance voted unanimously to recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriation for DPW snow and ice removal as follows. Personal Services, $141,500. Ordinary Maintenance, $590,100. Capital outlay, $35,000 for a departmental total for DPW snow and ice removal of $766,600, and I so move.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. Discussion? Questions? It's enough? Hopefully it's enough. Seeing none, roll call vote. Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes. Nolan,
With 666 in there, we could be in trouble.
we
but
could be.
yes.
I saw that, yeah. Be a devilish season ahead of us.
Really hotter.
Councilor O'Hara.
Yes.
Councilor Grove votes yes too.
Oh, did I skip Councilor Grow? Maybe you were the 666. I saw your Halloween costume.
That wasn't my Halloween costume.
That wasn't.
That was just a night out.
Department 423, DPW passes unanimously as presented, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Department 470, DPW Public Services. Budget and Finance recommends City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriation for DPW Public Services as follows. Personal Services, $1,645,305. Ordinary maintenance, $746,430. Capital outlay, $50,000 for a departmental total of $2,441,735. And I so move.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councillor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Grow, yes, Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed, unanimously. Department 472, DPW Facilities Maintenance. Budget and Finance voted unanimously to recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for DPW Facilities Maintenance as follows. Personal Services, $2,791,842. Ordinary Maintenance, $2,989,160 for a departmental total of $5,781,02. I'll read that again, $5,781,002. And I so move.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. Any further discussion or question? Yes.
The extra money that was allocated for road repair and potholes, where does that fit in the budget?
No, that was last year's budget. So
That was last year's budget.
There was
This is not for next year. We're not having seen an increase.
we were,
There is an increase.
We have 350,000.
Right, where in the budget is
I believe it is this.
that would be this department, yeah,
that? That's where it is.
paving.
I think so.
It's not really that important. I just want to make it it's in there.
Yep. Point well made. Thanks to the mayor's office and Councilor Worley for advocating for that. We're going to continue to
John Dunn is waving his hand.
focus on that. Yes.
Yeah, it's in Department 470. There's $350,000 compared to a budget from last year of $60,000. So it's actually the previous budget.
Okay.
In Department 470.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion, question? None, roll call vote. Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Councilor Worthley,
Yes.
Councilor Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Grow, yes, Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed for DPW Facilities Maintenance. Next, Department 499, DPW Central Services. On a motion by myself, seconded by Councilor Wardley, Budget and Finance Committee voted unanimously to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for DPW Central Services as follows. Personal Services, $162,908. Ordinary Maintenance, $852,609. Capital outlay, $7,025 for a departmental total of $1,022,542. And I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion, questions? Roll call vote. Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Grow, yes, Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes unanimously, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Department 510, Board of Health. Budget and Finance Committee recommends the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for Board of Health as follows. Personal Services, $570,363. Ordinary Maintenance, $69,303 for a departmental total for the Board of Health of $639,666. And I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Councilor Worthley.
Yes, I'm not exactly sure how to do this, but I think I'd like to make an amendment to the ordinary maintenance account by increasing it by $35,000, and then I'll discuss why and how that can be implemented. So I move it.
So I think the first thing is we need to vote each one individually. So I think we need to vote the personal services first, since there was no issue with personal services. We need to vote that item first,
Are we sure?
unless there is an issue.
Okay, well,
That's fair.
So let's just do personal.
we'll do a roll call vote on personal services in the amount of $570,363. And then we'll consider the ordinary maintenance and the amendment here too.
A second on that.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion's been made and seconded.
Frank wanted a second. I'll second it. I want to hear it.
One second.
I want to hear it.
So we're gonna have a roll call vote on the personal services, and then we will consider the second matter. Councillor O'Neill,
So I need some clarification. A no vote means,
we're gonna just
No.
vote on the personal services first, and then we're gonna discuss the second item, ordinary maintenance, that Councillor Wortley has
okay,
proposed amendment for.
okay. So yes.
Councillor Wortley.
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe, yes, Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan, yes.
Yes.
O'Hara,
Yes,
motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed. On ordinary maintenance, Councillor Wortley, you want to explain what you have in mind?
Yeah, so I'd like to make a motion to increase this number by $35,000. I'd be happy to speak to that. We can decide if we want to do that after it's on the table. So I move that.
Second.
So, as a counselor, you're not able to increase the budget without recommendation of
How do we have
mayor.
dialogue at this point, though? If I just start asking questions at this point?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
just during discussion.
Okay, so then,
So we have a motion, been seconded, to add $35,000 to ordinary maintenance from 69,303 to.
so with the mayor's office consent, if that happens, I'd like to discuss this for a moment. There's a program that is part of the health department that's been happening for a number of years called Seniors on the Go, which provides about 110 rides for seniors per year to various activities in our community. It's been funded by a grant the last 2 years, which continues for the next 3 years, called Mass in Motion. But the contract part of it that pays CADA to drive seniors to these programs is not included in this budget. But thankfully, a very healthy conversation with the mayor this afternoon, he's agreed to increase this line by $35,000. I'm not exactly sure how we implement it, but we need to do it at this point, as far as I know. He said he couldn't make a meeting, but he would speak with Ms. Cahill on his support for the Seniors on the Go program. So I'd be happy to speak further about the value of the program, but I think that we need to hear from the mayor's office or representative to acknowledge their consent and support and how we balance the budget with that.
Because we also need a funding source as well.
That is not reflective of the conversation that I had today. So not that we don't support the program, we've had this conversation at BNF as well. We're looking at the transportation needs across the board. So I don't know what you need from me, but that was not reflective of my follow-up conversation.
Okay, so specifically, the mayor said he would like to fund the program with $35,000 and he recommended it from free cash. That was about 4:30 this afternoon. He was getting on the phone with you at that moment because he couldn't make the meeting. Nonetheless, the program is critical and it expires in 2 weeks. And I know that there's robust conversation about other ways we can move seniors around this community. But until that's done, I think we should be working towards maintaining a program of 110 or so people per month. Take advantage of the program to go to downtown, to go out of town, to go to Gloucester Crossing. And I'm not exactly sure how we implement this, but I think it's a critical program, not only for seniors and that community, but for the mental health of that group. Once you lose your license or ability to drive and you're home and you're a shut-in, I think you deteriorate a lot faster than if you're socializing and you're active. And so I appreciate that there is a larger conversation happening, but in 2 weeks, the ride stopped. So this $35,000 is a contract with CADA. The mayor told me directly that he supports it, and he said, why don't we just take some free cash? So I don't know how there wasn't a follow-up conversation on that, or if it's reflective in what he said to you. He's up here.
Councilmember?
Yes.
So I'd like to speak on this. Counselor, I won't be supporting this, but I do want to just explain a couple of things, because I do sit on the Council on Aging Board, and I'm very close to all of these programs. And yes, you are right, one of the grants is ending. We've got several moving parts here. We've got the issues of trying to get folks to their doctor's appointments, number one. We've got folks that want to continue being able to enjoy different services in the community that have relied on the service, which is awesome. We've got the component that CADA only does internal to Gloucester transport, and they don't do outside Gloucester. And there are reasons why different buses can offer the flexibility of mystery tours and things like that. So there's been a commitment between CADA and Council on Aging and Jennifer, the last name is Donnelly, to fund this through stabilization or free cash or somewhere. So they are all working on this together. And the goal is not to have any downtime, because no one wants the downtime. So I'm confident that this will be taken care of through the team that's working on it right now. And I'm not comfortable adding this to this number right now. But I think the motive is good, and I think the energy is there. And I'm confident that between our CAO, our CFO, our auditor, and CADA, Board of Health, not Board of Health, but Council on Aging, that they're going to make this happen. So I won't be supporting this.
Councilor Crowe.
Would it be possible to ask CAO Kale a quick question? Jill? Okay. Can you explain a little bit more in detail about what the program is that we're losing and how it's going to be picked up by the Council on Aging, and will there be an interruption in service for seniors?
So you're talking about a couple separate programs. There is the Seniors on the Go bus, which was funded by a grant, which that was used. It was a partnership with CADA that was used to bring seniors to activities like the Boulevard, like grocery shopping, etc. There's also a medical rides program that was also funded by a grant. That was in the Council on Aging. And what I've explained in the past is that we also have a Council on Aging van that doesn't go anywhere. So what we have asked the team to do is take a look at the resources we have, how much we're spending per ride, what are the other services available in town, because there are at least 2 other services available in town to help get seniors around, and work together for a proposal on what are the actual transportation needs that we are trying to meet. And that's what we're working towards, and that's what we'll continue to work towards. And no one feels this more than myself, quite frankly. I have my father's blind and my mom's in a wheelchair. So if anybody understands the need for transportation with seniors, it's me. So, I don't think the fact that we're not willing to add to the budget here this evening is a reflection on this administration at all. I think it's a reflection on delivering a balanced budget and approaching the future with strategy and sensibility, and creating programs that can be sustained, not through free cash.
One quick follow-up question.
Please.
Would we then expect once the administration and Council on Aging work on this program and figure out what they're going to do, that the administration will come back for a supplemental appropriation with actual numbers attached to it?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilor Worthy?
Thank you. So you're right, Ms. Cahill, the bus doesn't run. It has 5,000 miles on it, and we've had it for 2 years, and we haven't been able to find anybody to drive it. We expected that it'd be done by volunteers. No one's volunteering to drive the bus to the level that the demand is. And the 8-person van doesn't provide the same, I think, 28-person bus capacity that services 110 people per month. How a van of 8 people is going to provide 110 rides in a month, starting in 2 weeks, a program that doesn't exist, begets the exact problem that Councilor Crowe said. There will be a gap in the service. I hope and pray, and I'd love to share the same confidence that Madam Chair Gilman has. I think that there's a lot of good conversations around this, but we're cutting a program. And I'm not gonna sit here and say, who loves seniors more? I think those days are past. But it's a critical program that is ending in 2 weeks. I wish you well and figure it out, but without the $35,000, it doesn't happen.
I guess my question is it easier to almost just, approve the 30, like add the 35,000 now? Or is it easier almost to then get everything and then in 2 weeks we approve whatever is needed to help the seniors?
Council Majota, we don't have the authority.
No, I'm asking the city, like, I'm asking Jill, not us.
Oh, okay.
I guess I'm asking the administration, which is easier? Is it easier to just do it? And, like, which way is easier to sort of like, to get the $35,000? Is it like, I guess my question is.
And I'm gonna defer to John, but we're not looking for the easier approach. We're looking for the strategic, fiscally responsible approach that is sustainable over the longest amount of time.
Thank you, Joe.
So there's a disconnect and I don't know how to address it. Mayor Verger said to me 5 hours ago, he wants this funded and he has a way to do it. You communicate that message. Now, if Ms. Cahill is expressing that the mayor doesn't feel that way, I think that somehow that needs to be resolved. It's probably not going to get resolved at this moment, but it's really unfortunate to have two different messages from the mayor's office. So I don't know what to do with that, other than.
I just want to correct that. I don't think it's two different messages from the mayor's office. I'm not sure you interpreted the message correctly.
There were 5 words. I will support the program. I will support
Okay,
the program. 5
Councilor.
words. Okay. So
I understand.
$35,000, if he'll find a way. He said, let's use free cash right now. I'd be happy to have the mayor tell me that he told me something different than he told you. But we don't need to go any further than that. It's clear there's a disconnect between the mayor's office and.
I think it needs a little bit of time to resolve itself.
So,
John Dunn is his hand up.
John, please.
All right, so again, if there is going to be an increase in the budget, then it has to be approved by the mayor and then voted by the council. And we have to find a place to fund it. And what the mayor is saying is that he's supporting this and will find a way to fund it post July 1. But that is not going to happen right now.
That's not what he said to me, but I accept.
Council, I think we need to
That's
move
fine.
on. I think you've made.
I don't want to
your
think
point.
I'm lying. The
No,
mayor's
but
right
I
there.
think you're ready to move the question.
But I have a question. So does that mean that the 35,000 does not get added into the budget, obviously, because we don't have the authority, right?
Well, we have to vote
So we have
against
to,
it.
we have to vote
to vote.
against Council Worthley's recommendation, if you feel that way, if you feel like you want to support it, but we really don't have the right to be doing what we're doing right now. It's not in our purview. We can't find the money right now. It's not in our purview. That's exactly what our CAO said, and that's what Kenny and John Dunn have said.
Right, so we approved the personal services already.
We did.
Okay,
Yeah.
so a
Yeah.
no vote
We'll go back to what's before you.
would that just take out the ordinary maintenance, or would that just be the whole 639,000? If it was a no vote?
If the no vote is, it would be a no to Council Worthy's amendment.
Wait,
If I may,
Sorry, what?
since the city council doesn't have the authority to add to the budget,
Right.
it's really not even, it's not even a motion, because there's only 3 actions: approve, reduce, and reject. So that's not even a,
It's a motion.
it's an emotional item. So
Yeah.
I disagree.
But
I'm
once,
sorry.
once we make the motion, we need to
You can
bring it
withdraw.
forward,
Okay.
right? So,
I will withdraw the motion and ask Councilor Neal to withdraw her second, so we can save the time of a roll call vote to vote against.
okay, great.
So now I have,
Without objection, it's on a withdrawal. That's all we have to do. We don't have to vote it.
So
So
she
it's,
has to agree to withdraw her second.
agreed.
it's The motion,
The amendment has been withdrawn and the second amendment has also been withdrawn.
And just for
Back to the
clarity,
original
we
motion.
can support the budget as is or make motions to reduce it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So since we're in this setting where we can only reduce the budget, I make a motion to reduce the ordinary by $5,000. And specifically, I'd like to ask the mayor's office if they got consent from the Conservation Commission to for the authority for the Greenhead program.
so your motion has not been seconded.
Second, sorry.
Okay. Counselor, you're running this.
So there's been a new proposed amendment that the amount be reduced by $5,000. Jeff, am I with you?
I'm sorry, the exact number, $4,140.
And you want to fund that variance, you're proposing to fund that from the Greenhead program.
I'm suggesting, I'm recommending we cut the program by 41.
So,
Ordinary.
It says 4,200 actually, right, on page 76.
so I would like to speak on the motion.
Please.
So, we do not have it, it's not in our purview, Counselor, for us to tell administration how they are to spend the money. And if we go and we cut out 4,100 and whatever the number, $4,140, we're just reducing that from their budget. And
So-
we don't
We can't put it
control.
somewhere else.
I understand that. If I could speak on my motion first.
Sure.
Okay.
Counselor Memard is leading the conversation.
Councilor Grow, did you want to speak first?
No, let the maker of the motion speak.
So firstly, if the mayor's office hears the council, and I'm not sure the council would vote against this, vote to make this cut. If we say this is something we'd like to not see funded, of course, they have the authority to fund it. They could take it from the senior flu vaccination. They could take it from anything they want, but of course, we'd be on record saying that's not something we want. We want to see funding the Greenhead program ended. But I'm just simply asking, it was required by the Board of Health that the mayor's office get approval from the Conservation Commission. Has that happened? If it hasn't happened, then the program can't be funded. And that's where 4,200, 4,140.
On the motion?
Please, Jason.
Just to reiterate, we don't have line item authority on budgets at this point in the game. If we decide to not appropriate the money, that doesn't obviate the need to, it doesn't change whether or not the administration goes forward on any particular issue or any particular program. So we are running the risk that we defund another program in its stead, but I don't see any particular need to take that risk, frankly.
If we can have further discussion, we can have a vote and we can move on. If that's the will of the council.
I'd like to say something.
Councilor O'Neill?
I believe that I agree with Councilor Worthley. I think this has not gone through Concom. And it also required, after it goes through Conservation Commission, it required a vote from the City Council. It just hasn't gone through the process to be in the budget. I don't know how we got there without going through those steps. And so I would be in favor of cutting. This page of mine says 4,200, page 76, but if it's 4,140, whatever that is, I am in favor of cutting this. Did not go through the process, and I don't think it belongs in the budget.
Just for clarification, if we choose to reduce the by 4,000 or whatever the amount is, the mayor's office can still spend it on greenheads or whatever they want. So by taking $5,000 away, you're just lessening their budget to do necessary things.
Less flu shots.
Thank you.
However,
we could request that the mayor's office follows through with running this by Concom. And they could put this on an upcoming agenda so that it could be reviewed at Concom. That would be just a supplemental request that we could make. But we can't go and change these numbers and expect that they be earmarked for that reason.
I understand that, but I mean, it would be,
But we could ask that they do bring this forward in front of Concom, because that was in the letter.
right,
And I think, we should assume that there's good faith there and that they would be willing to do that. So that would be my
The
suggestion.
Greenhead Control Program is not a new program. It's something that the city funded for at least a decade, I think. We stopped funding it in the last 6 years, maybe. But it's
Yeah, they were
something
all
that we've
wet.
actively participated in for a long time, as does Ipswich and other communities.
we've had those black boxes on the marsh.
Oh, all my life.
Look at them in the Fitzpatrick Lane meetings.
Yeah, so I would suggest that we are not going to finish this tonight. I think we know what we need to do, and my recommendation is that we vote on this recommendation right now so we can move forward.
Right now, there's an amendment on the table. It's been seconded. We have a vote on the amendment.
So yes vote would,
You want to restate it, Jack?
yes, a yes vote would reduce the budget by 5,000 with the intention of it being to eliminate this year's funding of the Greenhead program until the Conservation Commission signs off on it.
And the city council has to sign off on it after the conservation.
No,
I think he
that was
overstepped.
not accurate. That was not accurate.
The Board of Health has approved it. Mayor's said they're going to enter into it.
That's not,
Okay, that's the way I read it.
no, it's in the letter, but
Okay.
that's not, from a process standpoint, that's not required. So that was.
There's a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. I'd like to have a roll call vote on Councillor Worthley's amendment to reduce the Board of Health ordinary maintenance budget of $5,000 with his intent, which we really can't do, but his intent to be redirected towards.
It would fall to the bottom line at the end of the day. They can,
And what?
The budget would be reduced by $5,000. Yeah. That wouldn't fall to anyone.
I'm not proposing where that $4,200 goes. I'm making a motion.
So this is in connection with your concern about the bus service
I don't
No,
for the
think
it's
Council
not.
on Aging.
No,
We're in the Board
it's
of
the same
Health
account.
ordinary maintenance.
It's the same account, it's a different issue because
Yeah.
4,200 is not going to fund that.
Right.
$8.
Okay, so we know what this motion is. Okay.
Motion's been made and seconded. I think we all understand the motion. Roll call vote, Councillor O'Neill,
yes,
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Gilman,
No,
Councillor Gross,
No.
Councillor Grow,
No.
Councillor Majota,
No.
Councillor Memhard, no, Councillor Nolan,
No.
Councillor O'Hara.
Yes,
The vote is 3 in favor and 6 opposed. The motion does not, motion fails. And we're back to the original motion, which is a Board of Health, Department 510, a line item for a budgetary allocation of $69,303 in ordinary maintenance, bringing the departmental total to $639,666. And motion is made, seconded, we have a roll call vote. Councillor O'Neill,
no,
Councillor Worthley,
I'm sorry.
wait,
This is the vote, the whole budget.
for the whole
Yes.
budget, I'm just saying no on the
Yes.
whole thing.
So this is just the ordinary.
this is
maintenance.
just ordinary.
Oh,
Ordinary
sorry.
No, we already
Just
did.
say-
this one right here.
The 69,000.
We did the personal that has.
No, we're doing the total.
No, we don't vote the total.
No.
The total is just for reference
We're just gonna
purposes
do
only.
separate. So Scott, can you just,
I apologize.
can you make the motion again?
So the motion-
Only
the motion-
ordinary maintenance.
The motion has been made and seconded for the Department 510 Board of Health ordinary maintenance for a line item of $69,303. Understood?
Yes, second?
Second. Made and seconded. Roll call vote. Councillor O'Neill,
No.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Gilman,
Yes.
Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Grow,
Yes.
Councillor Majota,
Yes.
Councillor Memhard, yes, Councillor Nolan,
Yes.
Councillor O'Hara.
yes,
So the motion passes 8 in favor, one O'Neill opposed. And the next item is Department 541, the Council on Aging. Shall I proceed? Good?
Yes.
Need a moment?
I'm good. Good.
Doing a good job.
I like the discussions. That makes it a little more interesting.
You agree?
Well, in that case, so Budget and Finance recommends that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriation for the Council on Aging as follows. Personal Services, $457. Ordinary Maintenance, $8,755. A departmental total of $163,212. And I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none, roll call vote. Councillor O'Neill,
Yes.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Council on Aging budget passes as presented unanimously, with a vote of 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next department is Department 543, Veterans Benefits. Budget and Finance recommends to the City Council that we approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for veterans benefits as follows. Personal Services, $153,305. Ordinary Maintenance, $382,528 for a veterans benefits departmental total of $535,833. And I so move.
Second.
Motion made, seconded. Any discussion, questions? Roll call vote. Councillor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Veterans Benefits is approved unanimously with a vote of 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Department 563, Tourism Commission. Budget and Finance recommends with a unanimous vote to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriation for Tourism Commission as follows. Personal Services, $20,838. Ordinary Maintenance, $128,500 for a departmental total of $149,338. And I so move.
Second.
Motion made, seconded. Discussion on tourism.
Is that $128,000 all on signs and whatever it takes just to show off of the city?
It's DMO. Yeah, Discover Gloucester.
Thank you.
Doing a lot of advertising, promotion,
Okay, perfect.
bringing people to Cape Ann.
Love it.
Motion made, seconded. Roll call vote. Councillor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Marjota,
Absolutely.
Memhard, Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes unanimously by a vote of 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Department 610, Library Administration. Budget and Finance unanimously recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriation for library administration as follows. Personal Services, $1,024,535. Ordinary Maintenance, $201,992 for a departmental total for the library of $1,226,527. And I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Oh, would anybody like to, who here is not a member of the library, who does not have a library card, who's not a incorporator? If so, you should all go back to go. I would like to disclose that I am a past president, past chair of the board and incorporator and library card carrier.
Where is
That's
our
why you
library?
read so well.
So if anybody on the council is not a member of the library or a card carrier, shame on you.
It's on my keychain, Counselor. It's on my keychain.
With three kids, you probably put it to good use.
Yes, I do.
Would anybody else like to declare a
268A.
268A conflict of interest?
I've got a card as well, but it's not gonna, I don't have a financial interest.
Nor do I.
If we get a library card, we gotta do that.
No, you joke.
But you should take care of your late fees now.
They don't charge
I'm
late.
always on time.
Okay, so library administration, the motion has been made and seconded. Roll call vote. Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross.
Yes.
Grow. Yes. Majota.
Yes.
Memhard, yes. Nolan.
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Great. Library Administration recommended budget passes unanimously with a vote of 9 in favor, 0 opposed. You want to take over for the rest?
Sure.
Yeah.
Department 700, debt service. On a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthley, the Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call vote, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for debt service as follows. Ordinary maintenance, $11,690,174. Total, $11,690,174.
And I so move.
Second.
It's not like Kenny to get a decimal point wrong.
This doesn't happen very often.
This is quite the whole vibe.
Let him warm up. Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes. Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Thank you.
Department 820, other state and county assessments. On a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthley, Budget and Finance Committee voted roll call 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 23 appropriations for other state and county assessments as follows. Ordinary maintenance, $2,386,345. Total, $2,386,345.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call vote. Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Grow.
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes. Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you.
Department 901, health and life insurance. On a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Gross, the Budget and Finance Committee voted roll call 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for health and life insurance as follows. Personal services, $9,287,186. Total the same, $9,287,186.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Grow.
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes. Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Thank you. Passes unanimously, 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Department 903, Medicare insurance. On a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthley, the Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call vote, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for Medicare insurance as follows. Personal services, $850,000. Total, $850,000.
And I so move.
Second.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call vote. Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes. Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes unanimously, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you.
Department 910, workers' compensation. On a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthley, the Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call vote, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve fiscal 2023 appropriations for workers' compensation as follows. Personal services, $330,000. Total, $330,000.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? All I know is from private industry that for the City of Gloucester's workers' compensation, which we self-insure, $330,000 has got to be one of the best deals going. Very private industry. That used to be the ice company's annual. About what I pay for me.
As a photographer.
They might slip and fall.
Oh, yeah, I'm good at it.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion on workers' compensation? Roll call vote. Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes. Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Thank you. Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Department 915, unemployment compensation. On a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthley, the Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call vote, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 23 appropriations for unemployment compensation as follows. Personal services, $50,000. Total, the same, $50,000.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Counselor O'Neill,
Yes.
Wortley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard. Yes, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes unanimously, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you.
Department 921, pensions, regular contributory. On a motion by Council Memhard, seconded by Council Worthy, the Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call vote, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for pensions, regular contributory as follows. Personal services, $11,141,788. Total the same, $11,141,788.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Wortley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe, yes, Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Department 942, regional school assessments. On a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthy, the Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call vote, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council accept the fiscal year 23 appropriations for regional school assessments for the North Shore Regional Vocational School as follows. Ordinary maintenance, $1,615,868. Total the same, $1,615,868.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded.
Counselor, I'd just
Counselor
like
Gilman.
to declare 268A. I have no financial interest. I do serve on their school committee.
Thank you. More than. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for that disclosure and for that service. Motion's been made and seconded. Roll call vote. Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Wortley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara. Yes.
yes,
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Department 945, liability insurance. On a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthy, the Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call vote, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 23 appropriations for liability insurance as follows. Ordinary maintenance, $870,000. Total the same, $870,000.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Any discussion? Questions? Roll call vote. Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Wortley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe, Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes unanimously, 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Department 970, other financing uses. On a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthy, the Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call vote, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal 23 other financing uses as follows. Transfer to other funds, $605,000. Total the same, $605,000. And those 3 items include $75,000 for the athletic revolving fund, $30,000 for the fiscal 2026 certification of real and personal property, and $500,000 for the building maintenance stabilization fund.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion?
I just want to say I'm glad to see that the building maintenance stabilization fund is being funded because we need to be taking care of what we have. So
That was actually money that we took out. We took it back in.
Yeah, it's a reimbursement.
Oh,
Bring it back.
my apologies then. Well, we should put more.
Took that out.
Inexorably.
So the motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? The roll call vote. Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
So the school department is the next department. It's a bottom line budget. On a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Gross, the Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call vote, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 23 school department budget in the amount of $46,988,897.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Discussion. Don't have much wiggle room to discuss this one. Bottom line. Roll call vote. Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Councilor Worthley,
Yes.
Stillman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Absolutely.
Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes unanimously, 9 in favor, 0 opposed for the school department's bottom line budget.
And that concludes the general fund expenditure side of the budget. The next item is the fiscal year 23 general fund revenues. On a motion by Council Memhard, seconded by Council Worthy, the Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call vote, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 23 general fund revenue, including other financing sources, in the amount of $128,044,055.
I so move.
Second. Okay, sorry.
Motion's been made and seconded several times. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Stillman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously, 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
On a motion by Council Memhard, seconded by Council Worthy, the Budget and Finance Committee vote by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 23 overlay reserve for abatements and exemptions in the amount of $400,000.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Stillman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Just information, the total net available net funds for fiscal year 23 is $127,644,055. The next will be taking up Community Preservation Act funds, water, sewer, waterways, Talbot Brink Enterprise funds. So the next is vote on Community Preservation Act. On a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthy, the Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the Community Preservation Fund fiscal year 23 revenues in the amount of $828,000.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion on the community preservation funds? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Absolutely.
O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
On a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthy, the Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the Community Preservation Fund fiscal year 23 expenditures in the amount of $828,000 as follows. Open Space Reserve, $82,800. Community Housing Reserve, $82,800. Historic Preservation Reserve, 0. Administration, $41,400. Debt Service Historic Preservation, $196,725. General Reserve, $424,275 for a total of $828,000. And the reason why we vote the Historic Preservation Reserve of $0, the Debt Service Historic Preservation of $196,725 takes care of the 10% reserve for that category. And that's the reason, but that's just a placeholder.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any question? Roll call vote. Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe, yes, Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes unanimously, 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
And that concludes the community preservation. The next is the water enterprise appropriations, Department 450, water. On a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Gross, the Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 23 water enterprise appropriations as follows. Personal services, $1,802,650. Ordinary maintenance, $3,174,644. Capital outlay, $237,353. Debt service, other financing uses, $2,185,214 for a total of $7,399,861.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion, questions? Roll call vote. Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Marjota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Water enterprise revenues on the motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Gross. The Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 23 water enterprise revenues as follows. Total revenues of $7,399,861.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe. Yes. Majota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes. Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously, 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
The next item is the water rate on a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthley. The Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 23 water rate of $9.47 per 1,000 gallons for a 12-month billing period effective July 1st, 2022, retroactive to April 1st, 2022. This is a 11-cent or 1.18% increase over fiscal year 22 water rate of $9.36 per 1,000 gallons.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded on the water rate. Any discussion, questions? Roll call vote. Councilor O'Neill,
No.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes. Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes 8 in favor, 1 Councilor O'Neill opposed.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
So if we vote for the appropriation, voting against the increase would not approve the appropriation, correct?
Correct. So that there would be an issue on the revenues and also the appropriation. Correct. Next item, sewer enterprise appropriations, Department 440 sewer. On a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthley, the Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 23 sewer enterprise appropriations as follows. Personal services, $1,773,955. Ordinary maintenance, $4,853,139. Capital outlay, $262,421. Debt service, other financing uses, $2,702,140. Total appropriations of $9,591,655.
And I so move.
Second.
Made and seconded. Any question or discussion? Seeing none. Roll call vote. Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes. Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously, 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Sewer enterprise revenues on the motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthley. The Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 23 sewer enterprise revenues as follows. Total revenues, $9,591,655.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Questions? Seeing none. Roll call vote. Councilor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes. Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Next item is the sewer rate. On the motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthley, the Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 23 sewer rate of $17.12 per 1,000 gallons for a 12-month billing period effective July 1st, 2022, retroactive to April 1st, 2022. This is a 96-cent or 5.94% increase over fiscal year 22 sewer rate of $16.16 per 1,000 gallons.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any question or discussion? Roll call vote. Councilor O'Neill,
No.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes. Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes 8 in favor, 1 opposed. O'Neill.
Next item is the Talbot Rink Enterprise Appropriations. On a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthley, the Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 23 Talbot Rink appropriations as follows. Personal services, $214,755. Ordinary maintenance, $98,000. Capital outlay, $7,000. Debt service, other financing uses, $40,213. For a total appropriation of $359,968.
So move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Questions? Roll call vote. Counselor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Stillman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe, yes, Majota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Talbot Rink Enterprise Revenues. On a motion by Counselor Memhard, seconded by Counselor Worthy, the Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 23 Talbot Rink Enterprise revenues as follows. Total revenues, $359,968.
Did I so move?
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. Any further discussion or questions? Seeing none, roll call vote. Counselor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
The Waterways Enterprise Fund is next. Waterways Enterprise Appropriations. On a motion by Counselor Memhard, seconded by Counselor Gross, the Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 23 Waterways Enterprise Appropriations as follows. Personal services, $369,744. Ordinary maintenance, $205,584. Capital outlay, $13,000, for a total of $588,328.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded for Waterways Enterprise revenues. Further discussion, questions? Seeing none. Roll call vote. Counselor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Next is Waterways Enterprise Revenues. On a motion by Counselor Memhard, seconded by Counselor Worthy, the Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 23 Waterways Enterprise revenues as follows. Total revenues, $588,328.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. Roll call vote. Counselor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe, yeah, Majota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
The next items are the revolving funds in the Gloucester Public Schools food service. On a motion by Counselor Memhard, seconded by Counselor Gross, the Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council continue acceptance of statute Master General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half, School Department revolving funds for fiscal year 23 as specified. Fund 0302 Summer School Program spending limit as $10,000. Fund 0305 Transportation, $200,000. Fund 0306 ROTC, $105,000. Both 0308 Preschool, $150,000. Fund 0309 Professional Development, spending limit of $30,000. Fund 0311 Non-resident Student Tuition, $100,000. Fund 0317 West Parish Before School Program for $35,000.
And so move.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any question or discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Counselor O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley,
Yes.
Gilman,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
Rowe, yeah, Majota,
Yes.
Memhard, yes, Nolan,
Yes.
and O'Hara.
yep, yes,
9 in favor, 0 opposed.
On a motion by Counselor Memhard, seconded by Counselor Worthy, the Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council authorizes the city to establish revolving funds for certain city departments under Master General Law, Chapter 4453E and a half for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2022, with specific receipts credited to each fund. The purposes for which each fund may be spent and maximize amount that may be spent from each fund for the fiscal year as specified. Fund 3100 Building Use, spending limit of $60,000. Fund 3104 City Hall User, $5,000. Fund 3105 Court Repairs, $2,885. Fund 3106 Septic Loan for Board of Health, $15,000. Fund 3107 Vaccine Board of Health, $125,000. Fund 300-111 Fire Training, $5,000. Fund 3112 RFR Study, $10,000. Fund 3114 Solid Waste Recycling, $10,000. Fund 3115 City Hall Preservation of Permanent Records,
City Clerk.
City Clerk Preservation of Permanent Records, $15,000. Fund 3117 Bacon Building, $80,000. Fund 3118 Lanes Cove Fish Shack, $3,500. Fund 3120 various fire trainings for $15,000. Fund 3121 Newell Stadium Maintenance for $20,000. Fund 3122 Stage 4 Park Maintenance for $10,000. Fund 3123 Police Student Officer Training and Equipment for $35,000. Fund 3124 Fire Decon Drill Training for $5,000.
That's so moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any questions, discussion?
I have a question.
Councilor O'Neill.
What is the RFR study?
That is for radio frequency study. Typically that comes from Concom or community development, but that's for radio frequency. That's, for example, those are for the towers, cell towers.
Okay,
Those are for studies.
and the Newell's, not that, sorry, hold on. The Lanes Cove Fish Shack, $3,500. They need $3,500 worth of
Councilor
repair?
Gilman.
So that's part of a past fundraising that they did under when Jackie Hardy was here. And so they transferred that over to the city, so it could be managed. So if we want to draw from that, we have to get a purchase order for things like landscaping or building onto the fish shack.
Okay, so, and there's a vacant building, is it one building or
No.
is it many buildings?
Many buildings.
All the buildings in the city that are big.
Okay,
Pay an annual garbage.
that's it, thank you.
This revolving funds aren't money that's actually in there. This is funds come in and go through these accounts, and this is the limit that it can get built up as.
Well, I understand that.
Okay.
I just want to know what's.
Right,
the
yeah,
for-
okay.
Purpose.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Then.
So a motion's been made and seconded. Roll call vote. Councilor O'Neill.
Yes.
Worthley.
Yes.
Gilman.
Yes.
Rose.
Yes.
Rowe.
Yep.
Majota.
Yep.
Memhard. Yes. Nolan.
Yes.
O'Hara.
Yes.
That's 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Okay, the last item, fiscal year 23 school food service revolving fund. On a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Gross, the Budget and Finance Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council appropriate $1,236,223 for the fiscal year 23 operating costs of the Gloucester School Food Service Program and $1,236,223 estimated receipts from fees charged to users of the services provided by the Gloucester Food Service Program in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E.
And I so move.
Second.
Any second, any question or discussion? Food service revolving fund, seeing none. Roll call vote. O'Neill.
Yes.
Worthley.
Yes.
Gilman.
Yes.
Rose.
Yes.
Rowe.
Yes.
Majota.
Yes.
Memhard, yes. Nolan.
Yes.
O'Hara.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed. And I would be remiss if I didn't wind up here with my extensive closing remarks. I'll stand now and extemporaneously.
Thank you.
That was great.
The fiscal year 2023 budget, general fund, CPA, and the 4 enterprise funds total approximately $146 million. It's an increase of approximately $8 million and 6% from the fiscal year 2022 budget, which reflects our increased fixed costs, such as spending for pension obligations, healthcare, paving, school building, and education costs. Through the efforts of the mayor's office and with the support of the city council, the city has adopted a capital plan funding and free cash distribution policy which sets aside 40% of free cash to the capital stabilization fund, 20% to the building maintenance stabilization fund, and there is approximately $6 million in the capital project stabilization fund that is now available to fund capital items in fiscal year 2023. There's also approximately $3.1 million in the building stabilization fund that is available to fund building maintenance items in fiscal year 2023. And there's also approximately $7 million in the general stabilization fund set aside for quote unquote rainy days. I am thankful that we have these reserves and with the support of the mayor's office team. These stabilization funds are a great insurance policy for any upcoming emergency. The budget represents a considerable effort on the part of the council, the administration, the school committee, and the auditor's office to bring value out of every taxpayer's dollar. I commend all of those who have participated in this process for their long hours and careful attention to detail. And I would like to especially thank our city clerk, Joanne Senos, our city auditor, Kenny Costa, and Sherry Carvalis, clerk of committees, who shared this long journey and provide us with support. Then Kenny, I have a question for you. Why can't we just do this by unanimous consent?
Now's the time.
We could,
We'll put that on the next.
but I don't think it would have worked tonight.
And I'd just like to say, great job, P&L, because you're doing all the, you know, kudos to everybody else, but, you know, you, under Scott's leadership, assisted by Tony, Vice Chair, and Jeff Worley, amazing detail, and thank you.
Thanks to the administration, and also thanks to our members and those who have challenged us at various points, including Councilor O'Neill. Thank you for your challenges. Keeps things interesting. And Councilor Worthley, and thank you for listening and advocating for your concerns.
We got 9 minutes.
Okay. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Is for council vote, the city council discussion and vote to resume remote Zoom meeting and at 6 p.m. start time for the city council meetings beginning at the July 12, 2022 city council meeting.
So I asked that this be put on the agenda because we have the next quarter's meetings that we have to approve. And we always have to be a couple of weeks ahead to know what's going to be happening in terms of any public hearings that we might have. So we need to be very precise with what times we're starting. So we've made a commitment to have our next meeting here in June, which is June 28th. Yep. So it could be the end of the month. Yep. So similar meeting then. And but what I thought we should do now is vote if we want to go back to 6 o'clock time, and if we want to go back to pure Zoom meetings. And I will say that I'm not in support of that, but it was clear that at the last meeting, that when we discussed this, that the majority of the council who were here would like to go back to pure Zoom meetings. And that wouldn't be for the next meeting, it would be starting in July, on July 10th, Joanne, if I'm not mistaken.
July 12th.
July 12th, we would be back to that. I did check in with Senator Tarr today to find out the true status of the emergency order to continue after July 15th. And nothing really has changed. He said, Madam President, the Senate version of the budget contains an extension to December 15th. It's in conference committee now to be reconciled with the House version of the budget. So it still
The
hasn't.
House
been
version
voted.
has December 30th, 2023.
Well, then he's saying that their budget is to December 15th, and now it's in reconciliation.
2022 or 2023.
I believe this was 20. It writes it to me, in the original one that we signed, it was 2023, but the way.
That was the House budget. That's what we signed.
No, that was the
It
Senate.
was? Oh,
Anyway, so
what do I-
it hasn't been reconciled, so we don't know exactly what's happening. But I guess I just wanted to throw out that if it is the will of the committee, that you want to go back to pure Zoom meetings starting on July 12th. No more in person. But if we do that, I'm going to ask that at the beginning, the month before every quarter, I'd like to keep talking about this and put it on the agenda, just because I believe that that this needs to evolve, and we need to always consider the possibility of getting back in person, which I feel is very important, and enhanced with Zoom technology. So that's my feeling, but I just want to go around and just have everyone just state, and then we can adjourn the meeting. So so I guess so does someone other than me, because I don't support this motion, so go ahead, Counselor.
I'd like to make a motion that the city council resumes back to remote Zoom meetings, and that the meeting times for council meetings change to 6 p.m. start time. Beginning at the July 12th, 2000 city council meeting, and I so move.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Counselor Nolan and seconded by Counselor Grow. Is there discussion, Counselors? Go ahead, Counselor O'Neill.
If we start at 6 p.m., would we take a vote to continue at 10 p.m.? Because that would be the 4-hour. I mean, it's 4 hours, is 4 hours.
Well, our rules of procedure,
Not 4 hours today.
our rules of procedure are 11.
And we've gone to 11 a few times, and it's always been 11.
All right,
So
I move.
I'm with you, Tracy.
I
Should we make a
understand.
motion now to continue this meeting, because this is a good conversation. We're not gonna finish in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So.
You don't think we're pretty close to it?
I think council requested me.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Question I have is we took a vote that dictated we go to the 28th, is that correct?
28.
No, that we do the next meeting
Well,
in person. When did we actually take that vote?
So it was a long time, it was like 3 or 4 meetings ago, and we had to do that because of public hearings. We had to know, we had to publicize the meetings well enough in advance that we knew it was gonna be 6 or 7 o'clock start.
Okay, so that's in stone.
Right,
Yeah.
right, 'cause-
Okay, all right.
right, so,
That's good. All right.
so if there's no more questions, I think we have a clear motion, and can we just see if we can vote it before we continue talking about it? Jeff, you want to continue talking?
No, I wanted to continue the meeting because we've got a 3-minute
We
deadline.
just vote.
But if we want to vote on it, I'd like to discuss whether we go remote or in person.
Okay,
I think
so why don't you make a motion to continue the meeting then, because it's 11.
So
I
I move
I
that,
have 10:58. Oh, but you still wanna?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, we're not going to finish.
Okay, so
Second.
Counselor Worthley has a motion to continue the
Second.
meeting for another half hour. And Counselor Gross is seconded that. So is further discussion? Roll call vote, Counselor O'Neill? We're continuing the meeting.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Counselor Worthley?
Yes.
Counselor Gilman, yes. Counselor Gross?
Yes.
Counselor Grow?
Yeah.
Counselor Majota?
Yes.
Counselor Memard?
Why not? Yes.
Counselor Nolan?
Yes.
Counselor O'Hara?
Yes.
Thank you for staying with us.
Is he not driving?
So we're all set. So our motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed. We're continuing it. Okay, so we have a motion on the table. Counselor Nolan was very clear. It was seconded by Counselor Grow. And so further discussion.
Do we have, we do not know yet if the governor's going to extend it past July 15th. Is that correct?
Theoretically, it has not been resolved because the budget is still in reconciliation. And that was part of, that bill was part of the budget.
So it expires without action.
They're not gonna let it expire. They just expired. They just haven't.
They're not going to vote the
reconciled.
budget until June 20th, June
They're
30th.
gonna include-
Right.
So my concern is if we go back to remote and then in 2 weeks, we gotta get back to in person. And there are any kind of performance, the music, you photography, there is kinks that get worked out. And I think we've done that. Every meeting gets a little bit better. I'd rather be in person, I mean, at home all the time. But if the governor says doesn't continue it, then what? We just go back to in person again. I mean, it just seems like a lot of.
If he doesn't continue it, then we can go across the street to City Hall. Because it's not continuing for anything.
Then we've got a full meeting.
Then people come and talk to us.
So if he does not continue it, does that mean
It's over.
we don't have to provide for Zoom?
There is no open meeting law exemption. So we gotta go over there and invite the public in.
But that's very unlikely.
Right. But that's, there's nothing needed for that.
I thought we did hybrid.
Well, that's a conundrum, is because there's a strong desire for many people to continue with Zoom as an option.
But
For
that needs
being
to be
in person.
legislated. That needs to be legislated, and it hasn't been. So,
That needs to be legislated by the state?
They haven't determined that.
Open meeting law.
They will eventually.
sure, that's what I know, yeah, but it's open meeting.
Right, so right now, we're just trying to look ahead towards July.
The one benefit this evening, as you just commented, is that, I mean, the cost of doing this meeting, we've made some progress and reduced that because the staffing level to support us is down to a rate we managed very well. Ryan just launched us, but otherwise we didn't incur any additional staff expense than an ordinary meeting.
And that's how I feel about it.
Security guard, yes, the
Library.
But, okay, but this venue is going to be under construction probably beginning of September. So we probably only had another month to be here anyway, right? Before they have to get ready. But we had the option, for example, of continuing at the O'Malley Commons or the Gloucester, the high school, you know, which has enough room to bring people in and they have decent technology, according to Ryan. You know, so I guess at this
We
point,
could also fit in the harbor master's office
but
in this format.
we could fit in the harbor master's office, but my goal was always to bring allow the public to attend if they wanted to, but yet still have the option of hybrid for those who might have an immune compromising issue, or they're sick or they're handicapped, they just can't get here. So I thought it was, plus I think the transparency of Zoom is a great tool. So that was my goal. But right now, our motion is that we're gonna go back to all Zoom and starting at 6.
On July 12th.
That is correct.
July 12th.
And you know, we'll always be learning what's happening with the emergency order. And we can always put this in proactively as an agenda item to change, but we have to always be mindful that we've got to be ahead of the curve, because when we're publicizing public hearings, we need to know what type of meeting they're going to be for and what time we're going to be starting, right? So that's
Want
important.
to charge back up, Tony?
Back in business.
See? Awesome. All right, so are we ready to take a vote? Does anybody want to speak any more on this? Okay, so let's do a roll call vote.
So you restate the vote.
Yeah,
So Councilor Nolan, do you want to restate it, because you were so eloquent in the motion?
So I make a motion that the city council goes back to full remote Zoom meetings and a 6 PM start for the city council meetings beginning of July 12th, 2022 city council meeting.
Thank you.
I moved it already.
And he moved it, and I wanted to discuss one thing, then I'll shut up, okay? So I believe that there is a benefit, even in this type of room, for us to be together. And that's my feeling right now.
Everybody looks better in person.
But I believe that we work better as a team, being present. And I believe that we're a body that the citizens of Gloucester elected. And even though we can't have the public in yet, I think we benefit for how it feels in this type of environment. And we can make this happen in several other venues, including the Harbor Master's office, okay, including 1623 Studios, and including O'Malley and the high school when this building starts to be renovated. So anyway, so that's my opinion. So let's go. All right, Council O'Neill. Go.
I was just gonna say, the O'Malley School, you're talking about the closets.
Yep.
Isn't that kind of echoey?
They feel it's fine.
Right.
School committee and
Okay, okay.
field technology, it's fine.
All right, so the motion is to go back to Zoom?
100%, yeah,
Yes.
okay. Council Worthley?
No.
Council Gilman? No. Council Gross?
Yes.
Council Grow?
Yeah,
Council Majota?
Yes.
Council Memard?
sadly, yes.
Council Nolan?
Yes.
It's your motion. Council O'Hara?
Yes.
Okay, the yeses have it, 7 in favor, 2 opposed. So what that means is on July 12th, we're going back to all Zoom.
At 6 o'clock.
So at 6 o'clock. So is there a, we are going to not go through the
Too late for.
council for individual discussion, including reports by appointed councilors. And we'll hold off on the Waterways Board and Harbor Plan Committee to our next meeting. And are there any council requests to the mayor? Because we could certainly put these in just at the end of this week or by Thursday if we wanted to do that. Council Worthley, you have some requests.
Yes. So we closed the creek this past weekend. I just want to request some information on numbers. We heard 2 weeks ago that 104 was the safe limit, /105 is the danger zone.
Yeah,
For 2000 was a historic number,
last fall.
right? The creek was closed, we don't have a number. I'd like to.
Yes,
know
you
the
do.
numbers.
14,000.
That's a little bit higher than 2,000. Yes, slightly.
And they're waiting to test it again until we get another heavy rain. But I think it's a Hart Street infiltration issue, and it's coming from heavy rain, and
I'm
it's,
glad you have that number.
Had a lot of.
You haven't. You haven't-
Yeah, that
number.
So, so the request is that you would like an ongoing update from administration, and we want to make sure that we're communicating this to the public via Public Works Department or beaches, and we can all share it. Great,
And
okay,
second
anybody
request-
else?
Rachel's been doing a great job, and she's been right on it.
I have a question. Do they test the breakers at all? The ocean part of the beach? No?
I think beaches beaches get tested. Yeah.
The concern is the creek itself, the way they have it
Oh,
posted.
I understand.
The way they have it posted, it says swimming in the water.
Yes, the beaches, she didn't mention it last meeting, they do test the water, but the water
It's been
is,
fine out.
yeah, the water's been fine. It's just that particular area where the water
That's
doesn't.
great.
Okay, any other requests to the mayor?
The request is my 5th request now for a list of public properties.
Okay.
See,
But that was for generous gardeners or
The
for
purpose
backyard
shouldn't matter.
growers, and
I
they
can
want
call
to.
the assessor's office as a citizen and get the information. I should be able to get it as a city council.
Okay, thank you. Any other requests, anybody?
I already put my request in. I just want to thank the Gloucester, this has happened during our meeting. There was a missing child during,
What?
yes.
What?
Well, yes, well, I'm gonna just update everyone right now.
Thank you.
His name is Mason. I'm gonna pronounce his last name wrong. I don't want to pronounce it wrong though. But he has been found.
Was it Smith?
No, that would be too easy.
Probably shouldn't say a juvenile's name.
Sorry, the individual has, I just wanted to leave the last name out. It's on the Gloucester Police Department website or the Facebook page. The child has been found and everything. So I just want to thank all the police departments who are involved in finding the child.
Thank you.
So thank you for our, police department.
And Val, you said that I was gonna give an update on the Waterways Board and Harbor Plan, but I thought that maybe people would be more interested in ARPA.
Mhm.
Oh, sure.
Without objection.
So let's put that on,
Have you completed your listing post?
Tuesday night,
You-
Thursday night, maybe
You
the
had yours
last
the other
one.
night?
I
but,
did.
you know,
So we
Here's the
should-
results.
we probably should
have
put that on
I
as
have
an
to
item.
gather that I
And
just finished
it
it
be a
last night.
joint conversation between the team.
Good turnout.
I
I
mean,
wouldn't have
mayor's
it. I would-
office, right? It's.
No, I would just have a report. I don't want to bring the ARPA team in.
No, but I'm just saying that the team is the mayor's.
Oh,
team.
yeah, they can, yeah.
So we'll let the mayor decide how that should be.
I would
communicated.
discuss that with them on what they want to do, because by then they wouldn't have gotten our report yet.
Okay, all right. So
Thank you for
Yeah,
serving on
I
that.
would just,
Right, and do you want to
I would-
announce when the last meeting is to the
It's-
public?
well, Thursday night, we don't know when the website's gonna close, with, you know, when the comment period ends. Thursday night is our last scheduled meeting. If there needs to be more, there might be, because we haven't had a lot of organization, so we're feeling that meeting's gonna possibly go longer than it could be. We have more participants than we'll be able to handle. So I have a feeling it may go longer, but they've been underwhelmingly attended.
Except by the library.
The library has, yes, the library has been well represented, but it's been, we were surprised at how few people showing.
Tracy just said that she had hers last night. She had another dozen.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of.
So
things
sick for the month
understanding
of
about,
May.
So it is.
Well, there's not a lot that's eligible.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, you know, we are hearing a lot of ideas, but there isn't a lot that's, I mean, there's narrow lanes that there are in the categories that are eligible.
I have a question for you, Tony. Would it be better for a group of people to submit a request? Like 12 people say they want money for open space and should, it would be better if 12 people individually submitted requests? Or would it be better if an organization submitted a request?
I don't know, you know, a group of individuals, a bunch of people signing on to one thing.
Yep.
I don't know if I don't know if the website has that capacity.
Okay. Should they define, like, I'm just using open spaces because it's here in my head. Should they define the exact location that they're thinking of? Like, I would like money spent to upgrade Burnham's Field,
Sure.
as
Absolutely.
opposed to I would like money spent
On open
on
space.
all our playgrounds.
Yeah,
and
no, absolutely.
The more detail, the
Yeah,
better.
the better of where you intend money to go is the better. But like I said, there's specific guardrails. Everything's gonna be run through legal. Because they let you spend the money and then they tell you, oops, sorry, that was not eligible. Yeah, so we gotta be real careful with it.
And I still have more questions. I'm really sorry.
All right, so
Call me
I'm
tomorrow.
not, this really isn't on
Call
the
me
agenda,
tomorrow.
so it would be great, yeah, if you could too.
Yeah,
that's good, yeah.
I'm available, I think, pretty much all day.
All right, okay. Any other requests to the mayor? More requests to the mayor?
And I'll have my stuff in front of me.
Okay, don't forget, you can submit them every week through Sherry. The deadline, Joanne, is typically Thursday morning for the request?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Second.
Second by Tracy
So
O'Neill.
moved. Speak more softly.
So
Very big step.
we need to do a roll call vote. Where's my list?
Yes.
Yes.
Why don't we just go around the room? Council member.
Let's let Councilor Kenny.
Go
go.
ahead.
Councilor Kenny.
He's new. Yes, please.
Yes, can you please say yes?
Kenny's got the longest drive.
Council O'Neill.
Yes.
Council Nolan.
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Grow.
I didn't say this at the time. You rock the enough thing. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Council Gross, Council Worthley.
Yes.
Council Majota.
Yes.
We all can say your name right now.
I know, Scott, you're great practice.
Good practice.
For all of us.
And Joanne,
John
thank
Dunn.
you. Thank you so much. John Dunn, Kenny,
I think
thank
that,
you.
I think
Thank
that
you, thank you.
Councilor O'Hara had the longest drive.
And Council,
certainly did.
Council O'Hara, wait, you better say adjourn. Councilor O'Hara.
Gonna wake him up?
He fell asleep.
Yes.
Yeah. Wave, yay. Good night,
Hey,
everybody.
drive safely, Jamie.
Thank you
Yeah,
to the
good night.
library.